Oh, those crickets. Maybe not with this space age phone. So let me check. What the hell's up? Hold on. I'm getting spotty. getting 5, but StreamYard's only getting... What the heck? Hold on a minute. All right, let's see if that's better. Hopefully. I think so. All right. I know, I'm still looking at one bar from the stream. Where am I at? Boo. Am I even here? Freaking StreamYard, man. What's up, everybody? All right, let me lean back. Because I like chilling back here. And this is with 2 pillows. This is with 2 pillows. Let's see if I can scoop this close. Alright, let's see. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful out. What's oh, that music, hold on. Can you hear? I wish, buddy. I wish. Let's get that music back up just a little bit. Unless you guys want to hear the crickets completely. You want to skip the funky beat? No, you gotta have the funky beat. Just a little bit. What's up? Oh, I'm just chilling now. This feels good. Feels real good. That's about to be Elizabeth. What's up, Skittles? Brandy Wine. Look at the new icon photo. Skittles, too. Look at that. Skittles, you always got these real colorful icon photos. I love it. Calamilla, what's up? If it'll work. There we go. Caddy, good evening. D. Melissa. There's SM. Hello, hello. We got a good show tonight. I'm going to open up panel 2. Yoli, if you'd like an invite, let me know. I'll email you. We're going to go over the coverage I got from earlier today over at the lounge for the Stephen Smith stuff. I got the stuff on the GoPro. I just came here and chilled. Came here and slammed. And then I just chilled for a while. Took a shower, shaved, and just chilled for a while. So tomorrow, I am going to be going to get me some t-shirts that I never got to get before the trip down. So I'm going to get me some t-shirts tomorrow. I might be at the lounge if you guys want to help me pick. I'm going to get four t-shirts. And then I'm going to figure out this whole GoPro cloud thing. So the good thing is I'm hoping, fingers crossed, but whatever I got at the lounge, I'm going to have on the GoPro because I literally put them up right next to each other and went like this for each shot. So whatever we did get, we're going to get on GoPro. Tomorrow I'm going to Basically, I'm going to do some running around in the morning. And then after 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I ain't going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere. We're going to have a sunset in the back here if it doesn't rain. We're going to have a sunset in the back here for you guys. So it'll start off during the day. So I'll be chilling for a while. And figure out the GoPro stuff. Get it figured. And then I'm going to be doing a true crime show Monday morning. So I'll be there Monday morning doing a true crime show, Monday night. I think I'm going to be heading on Tuesday. So that'll be the plan for the next few days. Oh, this feels damn good. I wish I had my memory foam thing I got at the garage sale yesterday, because that thing, for $1.33, it's like brand new. And I'm telling you, that memory foam, little thing that's supposed to go around your neck, put it back there. Oh, it's beautiful. $1.33. That's why I love garage sales. You find treasures for minimum. Nina, what's up? Yes, justice for Stephen Smith. We got a good episode. Kind of crazy. Stephen's mom, Sandy, talked to CourtTV. So we're going to watch that. And we're going to be watching, and I'm going to be kind of showing you guys. I kind of took you guys on a tour earlier down there. Little choppy. But like I said, whatever we have on the phone, we got it right on the GoPro. We did it like this. So we got clear shit. So I can't wait to figure that out. Show you guys. Also, trying to go back and forth to Google, so I could show you, where I was talking about, and then show you the real footage. It was it was interesting. I'll tell you that. I'm definitely going back multiple times. Probably as much as I hit up Delphi. Honestly, I'll probably be going back until something happens. But it was great to pay my respects yesterday when I got there. Yesterday evening, it was nice to be able to pay my respects in person. It was very interesting going to all the places today. And I can't wait to show you guys, and I can't wait to get to this CourtTV episode. Sandy was on there. And the multiple trips I'm going to be taking down there, I'm also going to be meeting up with different people too. So I'm going to schedule a meeting with Suzanne. Sometimes she reached out before. This time, next time it's going to be meet and greet, meet up, hang out, whatever. And so that'll be fun. So, and then, we'll be getting more into it. There's something else I want to show you guys. Now, if it don't get too cold, I'm going to go into the other theories I didn't get to go into. So, if it ain't too cold, we're going to go late tonight because I'm going to try and do some more garage sailing tomorrow. It was so much fun. And I love garage sales, so I'm going to try and do that. Bigfoot Fest. Oh, shit. What's up, Crystal? What's up, Doodle? Mark and Betty coming in from the UK. Good morning. Thank you so much. I appreciate you hitting the like. It's the free way to help. Yes, the 503 air is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. 503 all day, I even get 503. The host gets 503. What the hell's wrong with that, right? What's wrong with this world? And as always, the views. Catty. What's up? No, this, I don't know what this is, honestly. But it's really cool because it shows up on the trees. It's meant for the trees. And it looks so cool. It's a shame that you can't see it on the trees behind me because it's the coolest part. Because I was sitting there and I was like, damn, that's crazy. That looks so cool. It looks like little teeny bugs all up. It's so cool. I don't know how to explain it. You guys should try it sometime. Whatever this thing is, I don't know. Uh, but just have it show up against the trees in the back, and you'll be like, "Wow, that is so fucking neat." Seriously, '80s baby, getting my tan back. I feel you. I feel you. I tan like that. Like it don't take, but maybe being out in the sun 1 or 2 times. So fucking tan. I don't burn easy. I just tan. And I tan so easy. It's great. I just ain't been out in the sun that much this year. Working and doing the show. Always inside somewhere. But I've been out and about now. Get some sun. Good to see you. Typically unique as well. And if you want those document drops, shout out Kay. More documents dropped today. Thank you. Snakes are friendly, but get the notification. Yes, sir. This is a read-only. It's a read-only for like offline updates. Okay, so since I'm out on the road, times may not always be. There's going to be times like tonight. I don't have a notification for you until an hour and a half before the show. So this is going to be a way, since I'm out on the road, it's going to be a way for you guys to have updates. So even if I'm not live, you can still get an update of me saying, hey, guess what? Plans changed, this and that. It's just for better communication. So you don't have to it's a read only. So basically, boop, oh shit, okay. Instead of him going, oh, okay, he's going to be live here. Oh, he's going to be going in this location here. Just offline updates. That way you guys don't have to, you guys don't, have to be live for what's up. I know I do too. Yes, thank you so much, Kay. My tan is fading already. Oh. All right, so let's go. Let's see how this turned out. Now, for some reason, I got an email saying video was blocked. It's looking like it's available. Stephen Smith's mother speaks to CourtTV 41 minutes ago. That's me sitting in the car. Okay, that's me checking out a video. I do need to check that out. Okay, let me switch it. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. It's so beautiful. It's okay. It's so beautiful. It's gorgeous. Gorgeous. It is. It's so beautiful. I just need to make it to the ocean so I can jump in. Just run out there and jump in. All right, let's go. It's about how shit works anymore, right? I can jump in real quick and then, all right, let's go. Gotta go. Gotta go. Love the info. It's so artistic. It's so cool. All right, let's see how this turns out. Let's see. Please stand by. Technical difficulties. Yeah, I like that. I was like, you know what? When it cuts out, let's have this pop up when it cuts out, right? Let's have this when it cuts out. CJ. So that way everybody knows what the hell. Oh, yep. It cut out. He's in a sketchy neighborhood. Right. Place with no bars. Now this is what was crazy when this was happening, how it wasn't loading my other layouts. It's like, what? Yeah, I should have. All right, here we go. This is me, I think, getting ready to walk out there. Now, remember, if you're just joining, I have my GoPro and my camera next to me, so anything that I'm getting on this right here, if it's crappy as shit, don't worry. I got it on my GoPro. Same, the same. This is gonna be cool. Yeah, that was sketchy. I ain't gonna lie. And then, yeah, yeah, had my safe open. That's for damn sure. It's no lie. I had my damn safe open. Oh, just wait. You're gonna see some vintage CJ in a little bit because when we get into the third segment of the show, you're gonna see CJ from like early April or late February. Just wait. This is CJ with barely any service. CJ with no service. Yep. All right. So I went to the grave site. Hold on. I went to this part second. Where did it go? See, I don't have my timestamps for this, so your guess is as good as mine. Oh, I must. What's the second time? I went there first. What? The Aurora. I can't wait to see the shit on my GoPro now. Damn. It does sound better. Nice. It does sound yummy, Kristen. Glass of wine sounds really good. All right, I don't know what the hell's going. Damn. Is that what it looked like? That's because of no freaking service. Oh my gosh. Yeah, wait till you see the GoPro. I might just skip this. Wow, this is horrible. Oh my gosh. Definitely need a better microphone, that's for sure. Oh yeah, this GoPro shit's gonna be a hell of a lot better. That's horrible. That's horrible. Yeah, so yeah, what we'll do. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I wonder if some of the other spots were. There's the spot that his car was. Is that any better? Oh no. Man, yeah, literally it was like one bar. I was surprised it was even working because when I went there the day before, it wasn't. Yeah, that GoPro is going to be better. Sweet. So, what I'll probably do is I'll probably make a YouTube channel for my GoPro. So, anytime that I do stream from my GoPro, I'm going to have it, I might just have it streamed to the lounge. Or should I have its own GoPro channel? Probably have its own GoPro channel because then no matter what I use with the GoPro, whether it's adventure, true crime, whatever, it just goes to my GoPro channel. So I'm going to have to make a GoPro channel. Or I could just have it streamed to the lounge. Maybe I'll do that. Just have it streamed to the lounge and then I'll just make recordings of it too. I'll have to, I don't think I'm going to try and make like a customized holder that'll hold the GoPro and the phone at the same time. Uh-oh, what happened, Melissa? Yeah, I just started drinking wine a few years ago. What happened? He's in the hospital again. Oh no, we just seen him in the show a couple days ago. It didn't look this spotty then? Okay, it must have been when it transferred as a recording from a live, maybe? I don't know. But we got the GoPro, so like I said, I'm going to be doing a little bit of going around tomorrow in the morning, getting some t-shirts. And then I got to do this GoPro stuff. I got all that other stuff done now. I just have to do stuff on the computer. And then I'll get it all transferred and we'll go over it in a show tomorrow night. We'll go over it tomorrow. Oh no, prayers for sure. What's up, Katrina? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and switch to an episode. We'll go through the GoPro footage tomorrow. This is his mother, Sandy Smith. She had talked to CourtTV today. Interesting. And then I'm going to go through the petroconscious theory. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you'll see what I mean. There's only one page in that huge report. One page that talks about these two individuals. And I think out of everything, that one page makes the most sense to me. So let's hear what Sandy Smith, Stephen's mother, had to say for TV. Which I'm surprised that she's going to talk to me. Sure. If it'll let me get there. Come on. All right, here we go. Wait till you hear this theory of Sean Patrick. Nope. It was done. And wait till you see the GoPro footage. It's going to be way fucking clearer than any of this. And see that red square right there? See that red square right there on that road? It's still there, ladies and gentlemen. The red square is still there. And by the way, let's get an e-card together for Randy. Let's figure out a way where we can all somehow electronically, or if somebody would want to just make a cool little card out of it, and we can send it to him somehow. I don't know. Maybe we can. Maybe there's like an e-card where you can make a clip of us, sending prayers and and positive vibes to Randy. Shout out Randy. Hope hope just get well soon. And fingers crossed, man. The body is a vessel. But yes, that square is still there. Still there. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's the one thing I was shocked when it came to going down there. Because I went through there twice. I went through there yesterday afternoon. I went through there today, and yeah, it's that this is the crazy part. When there's always something, like when you go. Oh, hold on. Prayers for that. Hopefully nobody's injured. Every good sign when you see that truck out. Um, okay, sorry. I was just listening to see if it was. I didn't know if it was people partying or people that needed help. I think it's just people partying. Yes, Yoli. And this is what's crazy. I'm going to show you guys this real quick, okay? This is Google guy, right? Now, this whole time, I don't know, maybe they changed it around, okay? But this whole time, I thought that this house sat so far back, and it actually doesn't. I was really shocked. It had like a red little teeny shack. Let's see if it shows it. Yeah, it does show it. It had a red teeny little shack. Let's get rid of this. Why did it do that? What the heck? What the heck? Alright. It's so crazy. Yeah, see that farm I was telling you guys about? That right there. When I told you guys, remember I'm going to tell you guys about a farm later on. This is the farm that I was talking about. Okay. It's going to come in and right here too. This whole area right. And then that's the, where's the house over there? I didn't want to go down. That's the, this is, yeah, this was a sketch area right here. Right there. And then that's where the vehicle was found right here. See, we got, there's that. That little patch we pulled off, we parked right here and then walked here. That had that little entrance there. And this is what, before I get to the little house spot, this is what I was talking about if you were with me in the earlier show, okay? See, the car was here, and then the crime was here. So you're telling me, see how long of a walk that is? And when I showed you the brush, like, what the hell? How do I get rid of this thing? Last time I hit X and it booted me out. Is it going to let me go ahead? Why won't it let me go forward? Okay. See, it looks like the house is sitting far back, but it's really not. It almost seemed like the house was sitting right here. Maybe they moved it closer. I don't know. But it had this little teeny red looking shack thing. But this, even on this picture, it looks like it sits farther back from the road, and honestly, it doesn't. I don't know. It just seems like it's not as far back. So this is where we were at. Okay, this is where we were at. Oh, look, you can still see the little figurine on it. I don't know if you can or not. Let's see, can I get closer? Yeah, see it? The little figurine's still on there. That's cool. All right, so here is the pole. I wish this would go away, but I can't. Otherwise, it'll... What if I do this? Nope. It never used to do that. Oh my gosh. Now let's go. Okay. So where's it at? I'm here. Hold on. Maybe it's just the. Well, the red square's there. Because I saw that shit. It's so easy. It's like there. It looks like it's painted there. What they do? Take it out of the Google Street? It couldn't have. I wish this thing would go away. There it is. Wow, it's way down here on the picture. Yep, there it is. Oh my gosh, what is going on with this Google Maps thing? Get the. There it is, right there. See it? Right there. Nope, it's right there. I don't know. Maybe doing it with Google Guy makes it seem like it's longer than what it is. I don't know. But that's what it looks like, seriously. Like that this picture right here is May 2023. So this is what? June, July, August, September, 4 months. 4 months. That's how bright it is when I drove by it. That's why I was like, holy shit, the fucking square's still on the ground? So, like, it's just crazy. I don't know. I couldn't believe it. That's the one thing that showed. There's a couple other things distance wise. I was like, whoa, that's weird. Hey, that's okay. No, yeah. But with this, I was like, whoa. And if you watch the recap episode and you saw where the square was at, considering where it was on the crime scene, you're like, holy shit. Even seeing it right here on Google, you're just like, yeah. It's like, wow. How, why? I mean, literally, it looks like somebody spray painted it this year. I don't know. All right, so let me get to the Sandy Smith episode. All right, we're gonna get to this episode. We're gonna see what she had to say to CourtTV. 41 minutes. Get into that shrunken Patrick theory. I'm feeling it. I'm hoping. I'm hoping. I'm feeling it. I'm gonna be coming back too. I'm gonna be making multiple trips down there. Because there's more stuff that I'm gonna be doing in the future, with that case and with the Delphi case. So I will be making another trip down there. This time it's going to be with, now that I got the GoPro, we're going to be learning more with it. It's, we do GoPro uh, and the phone shit. So even if it is choppy, we still got the beautiful clarity and the color of the GoPro. I'm learning that tomorrow. We'll be showing that in tomorrow night's show on location. It's beautiful out tonight. Everything's low country down there, trust me. The boonies. And don't go down there thinking you'll have a cell signal barely anywhere. I'm just saying. Blue tie. Dude, why'd he wear purple the other day then? You should have just kept it going, bro. You should have just kept it. Please don't ever let that dipshit on your show ever again. The deputy of public defenders of LA County or whatever, David Dupree or Dupois or whatever the fuck his name is. Please don't ever let him. That was so horrible. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. No, Vinny. Uh, Everybody was talking about the Murdaugh case and the Mallory Beach case and all the other, the Gloria Satterfield case. Nobody was talking about the Stephen Smith case. Oh, there's no sound? Oh, no. Yeah, nobody was talking about the Stephen Smith case. That's why we started talking about it. You'll see what I mean when he says it. Let me refresh it. Hold
on. Then all of a sudden, the Murdaugh docuseries is on Netflix, and
the Murdaugh docuseries is not what got everybody talking. Well, maybe it did get everybody talking about it, but we were talking about it at the beginning of the fucking year because it was the most craziest shit I had ever heard of somebody saying it was a freaking hit and run when it obviously it wasn't. So everybody else is talking about Murdaugh. I'm like, you know what? No. This is the most fucked up fucking case out of all of them. And why is nobody talking about it? No. We're going to talk about it. That's why I did that huge ass fucking playlist on it. Nobody was watching this Dude, come on, Vinny. Put your ear out in the street.
On July 8th, 2015, 19-year-old Stephen Smith was found dead in the middle of a lightly traveled country road in South Carolina. The investigation...
Now it doesn't. But it was Yoli the first 7 years. I'm in the corner. And the pathologist. No, it was a hit and run. There was so many people. There's a few people that were like trying to like be like, no, this isn't fly. They weren't having it. They were stopping.
Revealed no answers as to what happened and who was responsible. It was an extremely tragic loss for his family, but it was a case that drew very little attention until the world found out about Alec Murdaugh and his family. Then, all of a sudden, it became one of the stories linked to the Murdaughs and linked to the nation's obsession with justice or lack of justice in the low country of South Carolina. The investigation into his death is one that has raised many more questions than it has answered. The case remains unsolved, but it's worse than that. It's not even clear how he died. Was he struck by a car? If so, was it an accident or was it done on purpose? Or was he bludgeoned to death and left dead in the road? Whatever happened to Stephen, one thing is clear. It was a crime, and no one has been held responsible. Tonight, Stephen's mother, Sandra, joins us along with her attorney, Eric Bland, who is helping the family to get justice. Also with us this hour, the journalist and podcaster who broke the Murdaugh story wide open, Mandy Matney. All this as we continue our investigation into the death of Stephen Smith. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. Big hour ahead. This is a story we spent a lot of time on earlier this year. It's time to catch up and figure out what's going on. And there's a big announcement related to Stephen Smith that we have for you tonight as well. But let's begin with Steve.
See, I told you guys. I fucking told you guys. I was like, I know there's something happening. Oh my God.
Stephen Smith. I mean, it's been since 2015. That's a long time ago. That's a long, long time ago.
I knew it.
Cold case, not necessarily a cold case, maybe a case that wasn't getting the attention that it needed and the attention that it warranted, and now it is. So hopefully that's going to get us somewhere. But it happened back in 2015 and was like, as I said, way under the radar.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't on our radar here at CourtTV.
It was here.
Then all of a sudden, the Murdaugh docuseries is on Netflix and everybody in the world is watching. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What about the death of this young man? Is anything being...
Oh, sorry, Yoli. Let's see, I found something interesting, puzzling in the paperwork. Yeah, you should watch the recap show that I did. Yeah, they basically wanted all the passwords and of all the social accounts. Yeah, the recap show. You got it. Because I probably already went over it. But the iPad that's in the here, let me get to this. Let me get through this real quick, and then we'll get into the other stuff.
Being done there. So after watching the Netflix, I think a lot of people were saying, "Come on, we need to figure out what happened here, whether there is or is not a connection to anyone in the Murdaugh family."
We'll
but
get to the documents here
and it raises a lot of questions. Like, okay, it sounds like something that should absolutely be able to be solved.
I got to hear
like
this.
People would know, and there should be some forensic evidence. And you look at all the circumstances surrounding it, and then when we took a closer look at it, it was like the way the investigation sort of ping-ponged between two different departments and agencies, and then the ball was just dropped, like literally dropped. But hopefully we're in a different space now, and a lot of this, we've seen the momentum in the case. And again, it all began when people became very aware of it through the Netflix series, then shows like ours and others, podcasts were zeroing in on all of this. And there's the spotlight, and the spotlight creates heat. And when there's heat, there's a reaction. And, you know, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division reopens the investigation. Then you've got a team put together by the family to help move things along. And there's a second autopsy, and his body is exhumed. And you've got a new autopsy, and you've got new information that you're able to gather from all of that. And the momentum was really starting to build in this case. And then the latest we heard is that there's a grand jury involved in all of this. Now, if you've got a grand jury involved, a new autopsy, you've got SLED looking at all of this, it's like, okay, we've got to be close. We've got to be close, because this is not an unsolvable case by any means. I mean, we look at the stories and the murders we cover here, and some of them are a mystery, and they're a mystery because there's nothing there. Sometimes there's not even a body. And then we look at the trials that we watch here on CourtTV, and you're like, wow, how did they figure that out? They figured it out because they put some focus on it, some effort, and they got to the bottom of what happened. And that's what needs to happen here. Now, for those of you not familiar with this story, CourtTV legal correspondent Chanley Painter has more information for us tonight.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
Hello, I just going down Potterville Road. I see somebody laying out.
July 8th, 2015. The body of 19-year-old Stephen Smith is found during the early morning hours, lying in the middle of a rural Hampton County 2-lane road.
I ain't moving or nothing like that, but somebody going to hit him.
Stephen was a graduate of Wade Hampton High School and was studying to be a nurse. He also was openly gay in a community where that wasn't very common.
I thought that from the beginning, that it was done out of hate.
It was not immediately clear to investigators what caused Stephen's death.
There is no body trauma other than to the head area.
He had a dislocated right shoulder, and then his eye socket was broke. The whole back of his head was crushed.
There is some scrapes and scratches on his left and right arm, on his knuckles, some across his face.
Later that morning, police found Stephen Smith's car about 3 miles away, parked on the side of the road.
The car was locked. He had his phone and his key in his pocket, but then he left his wallet. So if you're going to go get gas, why would you leave your wallet in the car?
The medical examiner ruled Stephen's death the result of a hit and run, a finding that shocked his mother and the investigators.
There was no damage anywhere. There was no debris in the road.
Does not appear to be, in my opinion, struck by a vehicle.
As police tried to determine exactly what had happened, Buster Murdaugh's name kept coming up.
Some of his friends came over, him and Stephanie's friends, and they said, it was the Murdaugh boys that did this. We never thought that. But then it just kept coming over and over and over again.
Investigators never figured out how the rumors began, and Buster Murdaugh strongly denied any involvement, calling them baseless, and said his heart went out to Stephen's family. The investigation into Stephen's death stalled for 6 years, until June of 2021, when the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh thrust the case into the national spotlight. It was then that SLED reopened the investigation and officially ruled Stephen Smith's death a homicide.
Okay, we've got some special guests joining us tonight from Hilton Head Island in South Carolina. Stephen Smith's mother, Sandy Smith, and with her, the author of the soon-to-be-released book, Blood on Their Hands, Murder, Corruption, and the Fall of the Murdaugh Dynasty. And if this book is anything like the podcast, it's going to be amazing. And of course, she's also the creator of the Murdaugh Murder podcast and another podcast, which everyone's listening to, Cup of Justice. Mandy Matney is with us. And in Columbia, South Carolina tonight, the attorney for Stephen Smith's family. He's also the host of that Cup of Justice podcast with Mandy. Eric Bland is with us. Okay, I am so glad everyone is here tonight. Thank you so much. Sandy, I want to begin with you. And I want to right off the top here, because I know there's a big announcement about a scholarship that you are now going to be putting together. Can you explain to us what it is and how it came to be?
It came to be through the generous people who donated to the GoFundMe. And we were able to put aside the $30,000 for the reward.
Whoa.
And then we put $25,000 in a scholarship fund with the community foundations of the Low Country. And it is to help young people who want to go to college but doesn't really have the means, and they struggled like Stephen struggled. And Stephen struggled mainly with the workbooks and the scrubs, because they were like $300 and $300, but you had to buy them from the school. There was no other way of getting it. And it was hard. And I feel like that's what Stephen would want us to do, is to help others.
What an amazing
Wow, they had that much
what an
donated?
amazing, generosity. Let me put it up on the screen here so folks can see it. It's the Stephen Nicholas Smith Memorial
that much
Scholarship,
donated?
established, obviously, in loving memory of Stephen Nicholas Smith by his family and friends. The mission, again, is to provide annual scholarship support for qualified students with financial need who are in pursuit of post-secondary education with a preference for the field of nursing. Eric Bland, I'll go to you really quickly. You know, the money, right? There's such generosity and an outpouring of support. And there was some money, and amazingly, now that's going to be used to help young people like Stephen.
Yes. First, I'd like to say good evening, Vinny, and thank you so much for doing this story. The only way that we can make progress is if we have a focus on Stephen's investigation and Stephen's death. And you doing this is very important. I also like to say hello to Mandy and Sandy, two of the most beautiful women in my life, who I value so much. Yes, I mean, it is amazing what Sandy has done. She has not taken one single penny from any of the money that has been raised through GoFundMe and any other charitable donations. There hasn't been any attorney's fees. All the money has gone to pay experts, to pay for the exhumation, to pay for the reinterment of Stephen, the second autopsy report.
Wow.
This wasn't designed to enrich Sandy. This was to start the fire. And you know what happens with cold cases, Vinny? There's a lot of flurry in the beginning, and then they tend to, you know, the investigation tends to wane a little bit. And what happens here now is Alex, with his new plea and the new shenanigans by his lawyers daily and appeals and the Corey Fleming, it's stealing the oxygen away from Stephen's investigation. And quite frankly, I'm a little frustrated with SLED. I am beginning to voice that frustration because I think we're entitled to know more than just we're making progress. I'm not asking for the granular details, but Sandy Smith has been patient. She's been backburnered so many different times over the last 6-7 years, and now she's being backburnered again, it looks like, with what going on with Alex, both in state and federal court.
Mandy, great to see you. Let's talk about
That's not good.
Your thoughts and your perspective on Stephen's case and what has happened to Stephen Smith and how it related to Murdaugh and where we are now.
Yeah, so I met Sandy actually in 2019 when
But here's the thing, okay? What if they are working on it Okay, this is why I'm saying this. Okay. So when we go into the theories of why I think, because this theory that I thought made sense back in fucking April, before Sled. This was before April. This was before Sled opened it up as a homicide instead of a hit and run. Okay, I was saying this shit before it was even labeled a homicide, because this is what made the most sense to me. Now, because of what I think makes the most sense, there's a reason why there was only one page in the whole report. Out of all those pages, there was only one page talking about this part. The part I think makes the most sense, the part I think really took place. Which is why I was kind of like, about going around that farm. That's why. And you'll see what I mean. But I think, who says they're not saying we're working on it, because they really are trying to work on it? Because if you know the theory I'm talking about, then you understand that things were hitting dead walls, not because, you'll hear some of the interviews, not because they didn't want to, but because they were not able to. Okay? Trust me. So I understand where the attorney's coming from. Totally 100. But as we get more into it, and I understand not everybody's been around since I did those shows. As we get more back into this, you're gonna, trust me, you're gonna get to a point in one of these days, and 2 or 3 or 4 days from now, when we get to a certain part, and you're gonna be like, son of a, okay, what he said Saturday night, now I understand. Trust me. I don't necessarily think that it's necessarily bad, and he could be wrong. All I'm saying is he could be wrong, because I can definitely see how they could be saying, you know what, we're working on it, and they really mean it. We'll get to that, though. If not tonight, eventually here.
I was investigating the boat crash that killed Mallory Beach. I had seen a bunch of memes on Facebook and heard a lot of chatter, people saying they want justice for Stephen and Mallory. And I knew nothing at that point. And the first question was, well, who's Stephen? And a couple days later, I was at Sandy's door, and I met her in 2019. I was thinking about that today, and how far we've come in the last few years, but how far we still have to go. And I've gotten to know Sandy very well in the last few years. We've become very close, and I've, as a journalist and now as her friend too, I just have seen the ups and downs that she has to go through. And I've seen her get so excited, and I remember you called me the day that the investigation was reopened, and we both cried because that's all that she wanted. She just wanted that validation. And then again, she got some more validation when SLED called this a murder and said that they were focusing on it back in March. And now here we are again, and just needing answers. And I'm with you, Vinny. This case absolutely can be solved. That was one of the first things that I noticed when I started investigating this back in 2019, is that there's a lot there. They just need people to open up. There are people, I believe, who are keeping secrets on behalf of who knows. We do not know who killed Stephen, and we are not saying that the Murdaughs did it by any means. And Sandy is not saying that either. We are just saying that we need answers, and we need people to talk. And to do that, this is what we need to be doing. We need to be putting Stephen in the spotlight again. So thank you again for having us. We really appreciate it.
So Mandy, in your investigation, and I've looked at it as well, and I've got my take. Why do you think that, you know, a case going back to 2015, here we are in 2023, and we still don't have an answer. Sandy doesn't have justice. Why do you think that is?
I think, unfortunately, a lot of people.
Blah, give it a little bit of time. Before, I will totally agree with you when it came to the sled prior. Will totally agree with you, and you'll see what I mean. Seriously, if you guys have free time, you guys definitely got to check out my recap. It's going to answer so many of your questions when it comes to this case. Where is that? Hold on. I'm going to grab this link real quick. No, but but this is the thing, SM. It has to be that long because of all the information. For real. You skip ahead 40 minutes. You skip ahead 40 minutes. I couldn't make it any less. I couldn't do it. There's so much. I had to do it. That's how I had to go through all the information. There's so much to it. I mean, it's nothing but, you know, everybody talks about booms. This shit was back in April. You want to talk about booms? There was so many damn booms in that fucking episode from that I did back in April. That's why it's 4 hours. It's nothing but. And this is the original episode. That's here. You could basically. So this will make it 3 hours and 15 minutes. So if you click on this one, this is episode 150. This one's only 3 hours. If you skip ahead to the 25-minute mark, then it's only 3 hours and 15 minutes. That's going to answer any of your questions. What's up, Yoli?
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Well, we can finish this video and then I can tell you what I found. And I don't know if it was covered in your other video, but if it was, you can just refer me to the other video and I'll watch it.
Yeah.
Well, I think people know what happened, and I think that they chose themselves and to protect other people instead of worrying about a grieving mother and caring about Sandy Smith and her family and actually stopping to think about what it does to them every single night and every single day, knowing that their son was killed and they have no answers. I think that there's a lot of selfish people out there who do know what happened, and
just go to Yoli. I don't know what happened. Here you go. Just go to that one and just skip ahead to the 25-minute mark. And you'll see what I mean when it comes to... There's a reason that it's 3 hours. It's
okay.
Everything. Oh,
I'll do that now.
I was telling Nina.
Oh, okay.
I think that they have believed all this time that this is just going to go away, that Stephen's story is going to die down and they can sweep it under the rug. but this is another example. This is just another chapter. We're all going to keep going. There's so many people who love Sandy, as it's very evident from the $130,000 raised very quickly. People love Stephen so much, and people really, really want his case to be solved. No matter who did it, we just need answers.
Absolutely. Okay, Mandy and Sandy will stay with us. Eric Bland will stay with us. When we come back, we're going to take you back to the scene to get a little more insight into what happened that day. Plus, coming up next hour. In Chaffee County, Colorado, wife and mother of two, Suzanne Morphew, disappeared from her home on Mother's Day in 2020. While she was still missing, her husband was charged with her murder, but then the charges were dropped. But now her remains have been recovered, and we have the latest in this very unconventional case.
There's going to probably be a lot more questions.
A trial. Trial coverage weekday mornings at 8, 7 Central on CourtTV.
In Hampton County, where Stephen Smith's body was found in 2015. There's now a memorial to honor his memory at this location. This is an area that is remote. There's a cornfield on one side of the highway. There's trees on this side of the highway. And here you can see it's only about 20 yards from the nearest home.
Chanley Painter returned to the scene when we were all down there covering the Murdaugh trial and covering the story as well. She went back another time with the star of the Murdaugh trial, the expert witness, Kenny Kinsey, who after this interview became part of the team looking at the death of Stephen Smith. Let's take a look at what Chanley and Ken Kinsey had to say.
I'm here on Sandy Run Road in rural Hampton, South Carolina, the location where 19-year-old Stephen Smith's body was found in the early morning hours of July 8th, 2015. We are digging into the investigation file, and in that effort, we wanted to tap into some expert resources. So I had Dr. Kenny Kinsey meet me here at this location. He, of course, is an expert in crime scene reconstruction, and I can't wait, Dr. Kinsey, to hear your thoughts. I know that you've also read the file. Now that we're here on location, what's standing out to you?
Ms. Chanley, I noticed some features in the landscape that have remained constant in the last 7 or 8 years. A lot has changed, the dynamics of the highway, the pavement, some of the paint, but I can also isolate several features that helps me put the location down to a pinpoint. Maybe not a point of origin, but at least an area of origin where Mr. Smith's body was located.
And that's key to kind of understand maybe what happened, how his body was positioned at the time that those first responders arrived here at the scene, right?
It is. See that one point right here?
Right.
And then the box extends over the actual line. So head this direction, feet that direction.
In that direction.
Yes, ma'am.
Right here, literally on the center line, it looks like.
Yeah, he did straddle the center line. I don't know the exact position because I haven't seen the exact photos, but somewhere in this area.
What does the position here in the middle on the center line tell you?
Well, Ms. Chanley, it's so many different ways, and I don't want to. I don't want to state a method because I really don't know that part. It does look a little odd to me, the lack of damage to Mr. Smith's clothing. I mean, I'm not a trooper. I haven't ever been a trooper, but I have assisted on a number of pedestrian versus vehicle accidents. And I don't know that I've ever seen clothing in that pristine a condition from a vehicle versus pedestrian accident. And the positioning on the middle line, I mean, at bare minimum, I don't think a person could mistakenly hit someone and not know they hit someone.
There is a lot of, you can see kind of far down in this direction, that there's a slight curve here in the road. Does that indicate anything or would affect anything?
There is, but in the original photographs and right now, they keep the shoulder cut back. So you still got plenty of field of view. You may not get it in the highway, from a distance, but you should still see something moving. And those headlights are going to light it up for several hundred feet.
A lack of physical evidence here at the scene. Talk to me about that.
Well, typically, Ms. Chandler, you're going to have car parts, plastic, glass. Those lenses, they don't hold up to a lot of impact. And the ones that I have worked that were intentional, and also the ones I've assisted Highway Patrol with, I believe there's always been debris.
Right, like
to the point.
You could see something. This is not obviously from a car, but just maybe the bumper or paint.
Oh, exactly.
There's no evidence really of swerving, right, from what you see in those photos?
In none of the photos I've seen, Chanley, when you slam on brakes, you're going to leave tire material on the pavement. It's going to show definitely the tire span, the width of that vehicle. Sometimes if you stop fast enough, it's going to leave a direct impression in that rubber. If you can find that at a crime scene,
Right.
and you can find a suspect tire, a lot of times you can use those characteristics to include or exclude that tire.
None of that's here on the scene.
And it's probably changed in 8 years. If that vehicle is still around, of course, we change our shoes. Well, you have to change your car tires too. So it may be knowledge, some person's knowledge that they have to depend on. The key here is someone knows. Someone knows, because people can't be quiet, and somebody knows and they're scared to come forward for whatever reason. But somebody knows, and the Smith family deserves answers.
Sandy Smith, Stephen's mom, still with us. Mandy Matney, Eric Bland as well. And Sandy, amazing folks who are helping out from the team that Eric and his partner put together. What are your thoughts about that night? I mean, would he be walking down the middle of the street? I mean, I'm not from the country, but if I was walking down that street in the middle of the night, there's not a lot of traffic, I think I would see or hear a car approaching.
Right. And Stephen and his sister and the friends, they walk the roads at night sometimes. And if a car was coming towards them, well, they would hear a car or see lights. They would jump in the woods and hide and then wait on that car to pass. And then they would get back in the road and start walking again.
That makes sense. It's the middle of the night, right? It's the early morning hours. There's no street lights there. There's not traffic. I mean, I think when I was there, I don't know if there were 3 cars that may have passed through that area.
Right.
All of these roads are very, middle of the day. There you have it. Oh, there goes one car. Wait another 20 minutes. Maybe you'll see another one. Eric.
Right.
So you expressed the level of frustration, and explain to us how the team you've put together is working or communicating with SLED. How is that relationship working or not working?
It's more of a one-way highway, but that's come to be expected. The pathologist did his second autopsy report. It was given to SLED. Dr. Michelle Dupree did a report. It was given to SLED. Dr. Kenny Kenzie did a report. It was given to SLED. And they asked us not to release it publicly because it would interfere with their investigation. And, again, we were very excited and excited to cooperate with their requests. And we still are. The frustration for me is this cone of silence that is existing about Stephen's death. Not sure who did it. I don't really get mired down in that, but I know that people know how he died. And justice for Sandy looks a little bit like this. She doesn't want to tar and feather anybody, put anybody on a post and burn them at the stake. She just wants to get answers on how her son died. She needs peace. A mother that has to live not knowing how her son died never gets a good fresh breath of air or a good night's sleep. So she wants answers. Then the second component of justice is holding somebody properly accountable. If it's somebody that hit Stephen and then fled the scene, then it's fleeing the scene of an accident. If it's somebody that intentionally tried to scare Stephen and it got out of control, well, then we'll have to hear the story. But mainly, number one, is I'm trying to get answers for this woman so that she can go on with her life and not be haunted by the memory of Stephen's death. She deserves that. Every mother deserves that. And I feel like that SLED, again, they're doing what they're doing. I don't get the inside 411 on what's going on. But every time we have a Murdaugh fire drill, whether it's this new jury issue or it's Alex pleading guilty in federal court or whatever, the oxygen just goes. And it goes right to Alex. And that's the pernicious effect that this miscreant has had on our state.
Mandy, going back to the scene where this happened and this road, and to me, accidents can happen, I guess. It just seems like someone driving down the road would see him if he happened to stay in the road. If he's in the road, like Sandy said, you hear or see a car, regardless of how fast it is. You look at where he was found and you look how long the stretch of road is and how quiet it is there and how peaceful, especially in the early morning hours. Does any of this, what makes sense to you as to what could have happened here?
Well, I think one big thing that has always stuck out to me is Stephen's wounds, and Stephen was most of his trauma was on his head. And if you think about that, how could a car, and they hypothesized that a truck mirror could do that. And he had abrasions, a little bit of abrasions on his arms, but most of the damage to his body was on the front of his face, correct? The front of his head.
The whole, all this was crushed.
Right, his head was crushed. But if you stop and think about that, how could a vehicle hit somebody primarily in the head and, like Dr. Kinsey said, pretty much leave their clothes on?
I'm sorry. How does she not know where his frickin' injuries were? It was up here. How does she not know?
Untouched. It seems almost impossible.
Sandy,
and you combine that with just so many weird things that happen in the investigation, and you combine that with the lack of evidence of a vehicular homicide on the scene, and you comb through those reports and look for anybody in the highway patrol who believes that that this was a vehicle accident, and none of them did. No. They all said, I found no evidence of a vehicular homicide here. So I don't understand for the life of me how this case was in the highway patrol's hands for as long as it was, because it should not have been the highway patrol's case. It should have been SLED's case in 2015.
Sandy, how do you think he got where he was found from his car that we're looking at here? Because they're about 3 miles in separation.
I think that little house has something to do with it too.
I think the car's about 3 miles away from where he was found. How do you think he got there?
I'm thinking someone placed him there because the reason being, he had his cell phone. It wasn't far from the house. He would have called Stephanie to come and get him or bring him gas. Because he has run out of gas before, and the first thing he does is call his sister. And she always come and picked him up. So I don't see him walking that far.
Yeah, he has a cell phone. That's the great thing about, getting stuck on the road these days. Everyone has a cell phone. You make the call. It's very simple. All right.
Now, if you look at the way his hands were placed, it was like he had a seizure when he passed away. His left shoulder was partially separated, which is telling you somebody was holding on to him when he got struck in the head with something. That's where the partially dislocated shoulder came from, because somebody was holding on to him when he got struck.
All right, Sandy, Mandy, Eric Bland, stay where you are. When we come back, we're going to take a listen to some of those police interviews that were done early on and how people
Right,
were
Randy.
mentioning Buster Murdaugh's name.
Not Drake, Elb.
I've worked hard all my life. I've gone from being a local reporter.
On a scale of 0 to 10, 10 being like very, very illuminating, 0 being doesn't tell you anything, how much did this second autopsy tell you about what happened?
Yeah, take the time, you guys, to watch that episode of all the evidence that I go through. It's going to answer or bring up so many questions that you guys... There's so much to it.
Happened to Stephen Smith.
So much to this case.
Actually, Vinny, I think it was close to a 10.
Really?
Really. We were able to do everything we needed to do. And again, it was almost as if we were doing the first autopsy. The only thing that we did not do was toxicology. And we have the results from the first autopsy on that. So they weren't needed. But we did everything else that you would expect in a regular autopsy. We were able to, again, get the information that we needed. And really, this is sort of now in the hands of the investigators. That's where a lot of this key information is going to lie. We're hoping that somebody who does know something, because somebody does, will come forward and sort of fill in a few of the missing pieces that we don't have.
That was back in April, right here on Closing Arguments, Dr. Michelle Dupree, a 10 out of 10 in how illuminating the second autopsy was, which was great news, right? And then again, it was, as Eric Bland has told us, handed it off to SLED. And here we are now, it's September, still waiting to find out more about what's going on. What is the grand jury? What type of evidence are they hearing? What are they doing? Now, at the time, you go back to 2015, there were a series of interviews that were done with people. And we have audio recordings of those interviews. And everyone says, well, how did the Murdaughs even come up in this? Well, they came up in this because of what people were saying to investigators. Take a listen.
Can you tell me what you heard about the Stephen Smith incident?
I just heard last week that they didn't tell them.
You heard what? I'm sorry?
If you go to my episode where there's... Here, let me go to that. This audio is horrible. You can hear the people talk just fine. I'm going to go ahead and play this, but I'll give you the episode. It's the interviews episode. This is horrible audio.
Okay.
Were saying to
horrible.
Investigators. Take a listen.
Can you tell me what you heard about the Stephen Smith incident?
I just heard last week that they didn't tell them.
You heard what? I'm sorry? Okay. And who was that?
Buster Murdaugh.
Okay. And I'll be honest with you, Tatiana. Buster Murdaugh's been on our radar long before this.
I was with some friends one night, and out of the blue, one of my friends came here and said that, we already knew, like, he got hit or whatever, and we didn't know who did it, but we just heard that Buster did it. So after that, everybody knew who Buster is, and like his family and all that, so it was kind of like shocking. So, we just kept talking about it, and I guess it spread it around like a lot.
Another friend of mine had texted me asking me if Buster and Stephen were together, and I told him no. I said, not that I knew of, and then I asked him why. He said because he had heard that, and then I asked him who he heard it from, and he said he didn't know, he just heard it.
Okay, so he didn't have any anything to base that upon, just except for more or less a rumor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's everyone was talking about Buster Murdaugh in particular, but how the Murdaugh name got intertwined in the death of Stephen Smith. Let's bring back in our guest, Stephen's mom, Sandy Smith, Mandy Matney,
I don't
author
think
of
you
the new
did
book,
either,
Blood on
Flo.
Their Hands, and Eric Bland.
I'm going to, after this episode's over and then we discuss the document with Yoli, I'm going to show you guys the theory I've always thought made the most sense, and it has nothing to do with Buster.
the attorney representing Sandy Smith's family. So, Sandy, what do you make of low country rumors? Do you take them with a big grain of salt?
Two mainly, possibly a third. And I have them all in one episode.
I do take it with a grain of salt. And when they first told Stephanie, it upset Stephanie when they said that Buster killed your brother. And she came to me crying, and I said, Stephanie, you got to overlook what people say. People's going to talk, especially because of your brother's lifestyle. I said, so I don't see any reason why they would have any reason for killing Stephen.
And Mandy, you talk about, and everyone keeps saying it, right? Dr. Kenny Kinsey, Dr. Michelle Dupree, talking about the fact that someone's got to say something. Well, initially people were saying something. There were these rumors. I mean, you try to trace a rumor. It could be just one person started it, and then it just spread like wildfire from there, just out of thin air. But the irony is that the rumors are what sort of put the Murdaugh family and Buster in the middle of all this, yet no one has come forward with the information that investigators need to make an arrest here.
Right, and I think that.
Who's going to go? Mandy first, then Eric will close us out. I think we lost Mandy's microphone. Do we hear? We don't hear her. So Eric, you take over for a second.
We don't know that. We don't know if anyone hasn't talked yet. We haven't heard from SLED. We obviously are not going to hear from the grand jury because it's a secret proceeding. Look, do I believe Buster Murdaugh killed Stephen Smith? The answer is I have no idea. I think it would be patently unfair to put that blame on that young man at this time. Now, there was one question that wasn't asked of him in the Fox Nation documentary, and they asked him, did you have a relationship with Stephen Smith? No. Did you kill Stephen Smith? No. The follow-up question, which would have been the first question we want an answer to, is, do you know what happened to Stephen Smith? And that wasn't asked, Vinny. And we do believe that Buster has some knowledge. And amongst some of his friends, there's at least 5 or 6 people who are persons of interest, not necessarily because they were involved in Stephen's death, but they have knowledge of what happened to him. And that's the cone of silence that we talked about. And, you know, the Murdaugh cone of silence is very scary in that part of the state. You know, in the documentary, you heard that Alex's wife, Maggie, told Paul's girlfriend, look, this is the kind of family you're getting into. When Randolph's wife, Miss Libby, was going to leave him, he posted an obituary of her in one of the Low Country papers. Now, that is frightening.
Wow, that is cold.
And she didn't leave him. That is frightening. And that tells you the kind of people that these Murdaughs are, and that they wield a lot of power. So I don't necessarily agree with Mandy in part that they're just being selfish and not stating it. I think there's some people that are legitimate.
How did Vinny not know about that, dude? Do your homework, Vinny. I mean, this is shit that's been known for...
afraid if they open their mouth, and it's the duty of SLED to protect these people.
Oh, that moon is pretty.
So, Mandy, where do you think we are right now in terms of what the temperature is down there, right? The Murdaugh dynasty has blown up, right? We witnessed it ourselves. Go ahead.
All right. Well, Eric, I just want to say, like, I understand, and I don't want to say that people are being selfish, but times have changed in the Low Country, and I live in the Low Country, and I was terrified in 2019 when I started investigating this case and others associated with the Murdaugh family. And back then was a different ballgame that we were talking about when we were trying to talk about the Murdaugh family. Mm-hmm. Now, times are different. Alec Murdaugh was convicted of murder in a fair trial that I believe was fair, but that's another situation.
That's another episode.
That's another episode. But,
oh, yeah.
I don't think that that's an excuse anymore to be scared. Look at this woman. Look how much pain she's been in. Like, it's time for people to stop being scared and start thinking about other people's feelings. There's no excuses anymore. And I believe that SLED can get this job done as long as people cooperate and step up.
Yeah.
And they end this
That's
cone
what
of
I think
silence.
the issue is not.
We're done
not
of the
getting the
days
help.
of having excuses for people being silent anymore. I don't think that they should be afraid. I think that they should just do what is right and come forward.
And that's why I was saying earlier, I don't necessarily think that SLED isn't doing a good job. I think, and like when I get into the reasons why I think of what happened, you'll understand. Because they're not getting the assistance from the people that they need to get the assistance from in order to get to the bottom of it. And that's why they're saying we're working on it to the attorney, and he's taking it as, oh, they're blackballing us or something. But it's like, no, dude, they're working on trying to get the people that they need to help them is what it is. Not that they're not. I think SLED, like, from when this new group started taking over and reopened, changed it to a homicide, and then how everything was taking place. Yeah, I totally feel like SLED is on top of it. Totally. And I'm not. That's why I think maybe the attorney's kind of maybe taking it in another direction or something. I don't know. He seems crabby. But you'll see why. That's why it's only one page in the report, because they didn't get the help that they needed. And you'll see why in that one page. It says it at the end. They're not getting the help that they need. And when you see the part that I'm talking about, you'll be like, damn, this makes sense too. I think you will. What's up, Yoli? You said page 15, right?
Yes. Yes. Oh my
Okay.
God. Yes. So it looks like, okay, on 7/17, they took the iPad somewhere. Look at 7/17 first.
What page of the report? There's a few. I got page 13, 14, and 13, 14, and let me see.
It's page 13.
13, okay.
13. It says iPad taken to Charleston SO by
Corporal
Proctor.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So then you go to 7/28 on page 15,
Mm-hmm.
and then it says review, and tell me to do my homework if you covered this in your video. I don't know if you did or didn't, but 7/28 reviewing iPad download, and it says media 7/5/15 has a time, and then 11:50 to 1 do not come ... NBSP. I don't know what NBSP means. And then it says in Spanish, francamente me quiero ir a la casa, la calor me está matando. And so that means, frankly, I want to go home. The heat is killing me. But it also could look like somebody who doesn't speak Spanish wrote it, because it should be el calor, not la calor, unless they're from somewhere else. But what the hell is that?
Well,
that he wants to go home?
Okay. 11:50 to 1. Now, okay, this is the third person that I'm talking about, okay? And when we get into this episode,
oh, this is the third suspect?
because
this is the third suspect?
he was okay. His name Okay.
I can watch the video. You don't
he basically no, it's fine because we're gonna get into it anyway. He basically was like, there's so much to it. There's so much to it. He was basically like, how do I put this? There's confirmation that there was contact between Stephen and this other individual. Okay. Now, and his name is Mark. Now, what kind or how much or the depth of that, there's no confirmation of that. Okay. Except for what Mark states. Yes, Yoda. Yes. So he was supposedly supposed to be over there that night, right? And his vehicle, he said that he wasn't coming by, this and that. I heard this and this, and he was riding in a truck, and I could hear the muddy tires, and he said he didn't need any help, and this and that. And it's just like, what? He always came off, and this is why, there's so much to it. Okay, so Stephen was discussing going on a boating trip with some high-profile individuals, okay? Now, this is where I think Buster's name comes in, because Buster was supposed to go on a fishing trip that weekend that Stephen claims to other people that he was going on a fishing trip with some high-profile individuals, but he didn't want to say the name. So I think this Mark guy got jealous about that, had Stephen now this is two separate theories. This is one of them. Have Stephen meet him, because if you look at the road, that's the only spot off the side of the road where you would probably meet somebody. Okay? I'm just being honest. Late at night, if you're trying to be reclusive, you don't want to meet at a gas station. You don't want to meet at a store. Really, it's a convenient little patch right off the road where you could literally pull 2 or 3 cars there and be totally safe with people driving both ways, and it's a very convenient little patch, and I think that's why the car was there. And I think something took place as one of the theories. Now, the other theory has the 2 other people, but this is why I lumped all of them in one episode that I'm going to show you guys, because Mark is in that. And when it comes to the Mark theory, I have a feeling that he got upset and he got jealous and he wigged the fuck out and did something and placed or did something at that location out of jealousy and rage. I could definitely see it. Especially him in the lifestyle that is reported, right? So the dude moved. The dude only knew Stephen Smith for a very short period of time, less than 2 months. And he moved to be closer to Stephen Smith, even though they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, or boyfriend and boyfriend. Now, he claims that they dated for a long time. I went to the dude's Facebook, his real Facebook, before. He didn't have no posts that had any kind of connection with Stephen Smith other than stuff that he posted himself. There was no in a relationship. There was no Stephen Smith liking a photo. There was no Stephen Smith leaving a comment. There was no nothing other than what this dude put there. It would almost make you think, like the dude is just making up that he had a relationship with him, but when you look at the phone record, no, there was actual contact. And you're right, Yoli. If you look into these reports, the dude kept calling LE over and over and over and over and over. There was like 3 or 4 pages of the investigator stating like Mark called, Mark called, Mark called, Mark called, and then nothing. I mean, claiming some crazy ass shit. Claiming some crazy ass shit like people from another freaking country were threatening Stephen Smith that they were going to do something to him, and I mean just some bizarre crazy ass shit. Didn't make any sense whatsoever. I mean, if you want to, this is a good audio. If you want to hear me read something, you can hear me read the full mate report, where I read every part of this document and I go through the whole thing. And this is when I read through this whole thing, that's when I started noticing, what the hell is this? The first person on the scene says a white polo shirt, but everything else in these papers states black Nike t-shirt. Like, what the fuck is that? Here, I have to shorten the link on that. It didn't all fit in YouTube. There's the YouTube one. That'll all fit. The full mate report read through. It's crazy. There's so much shit. No, I never did know the Spanish part. So what did you say it said again, Yoli? It's too hot in here
it says,
or something?
Yeah, basically it says, well, in Spanish it says, francamente me quiero ir a casa, la calor me está matando. Which is like, frankly, I want to go home. The heat is killing me. But it could be somebody who learned Spanish and they're saying la calor instead of el calor.
Maybe somebody that took it in high school for a year or two.
Or could be. Or it could be somebody from Central America or South America that has a different dialect. But francamente sounds to me like frankly, or somebody learned in school. It wouldn't necessarily, well, I don't know. But that, I was skimming through all the documents, and for some reason that phrase, I mean, I just caught it. And then that little house, that little shack, I don't know. No, I got this image of like maybe somebody's in that shack saying, I want to go home. Like, get me out of here. Somebody who was trying to talk in Spanish, and I don't even know what that is. They just have it there. Is it text? Is it?
I don't even think I don't think it was the shack, Yoey. I think it was that house, because this is what's crazy, right? When I first started going through this, when I first started covering this case, it was very odd because there's like this little teeny ass house surrounded by a bunch of woods, and I always thought, I always was like, man, something seems odd about this house, you know. And after a couple episodes in, I had Suzanne Andrews on the show, and she came on, and when I was interviewing her, we did a little bit of a Google. If you go to the Stephen Smith playlist and the Suzanne Andrews interview, you'll see we did like a little Google guy thing for like 10 or 15 minutes, and she was the one that actually informed us on the show that the property was vacant at the time of the crime.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, oh, that makes even more sense. How convenient, because if you look at the bottom of the dude's shoes, it's dirt that's wet and dry.
Oh,
and you're not having dirt that's wet or dry on your shoes if you're walking on pavement in the middle of the summertime, even if it is 2 or 3 in the morning. I'm sorry, you're not having dry or moist dirt on your shoes. You are having
Yeah.
dirt that's
And
dry or
the other
moist
thing,
if you're walking from the yard to the
CJ,
street.
is yes. And the other thing is, I don't have an iPad that's linked to my phone. I don't have that, but I know a lot of people who have iPads that are linked to their phone. So I also noticed in the sequence of events, it looks like they reviewed the iPad on 7/28, and then on 8/3 they made arrangements to pick up the phone from SLED.
Mhm.
Like,
They lost the chain of
yeah,
custody, Yoli, with the phone. Did you know that? Yeah.
yeah. They lost the chain of custody, but I'm wondering if the phone was linked to the iPad, because I know, like, a lot of people, they get calls in their iPad, and so I'm just wondering if it was linked with the iPad. I don't know. I didn't see anything in these reports that it was or wasn't, and I would think that would be something that
I
I would
don't
want
think
to
it
know.
was. I don't think it was, because this is 7/28, right?
Mhm.
I don't think they could get the phone. Yeah. No luck unlocking the phone. I don't
But if you
think.
can't unlock, yeah. So if you can't unlock
So
the
I don't think it's
phone,
linked.
but wait, if you can't unlock the phone,
They eventually did.
does that mean that if it was hooked to the iPad, you wouldn't be able to get?
No, what I'm
Oh,
trying
they
to
did.
say is I don't think they were linked up, because they were still having issues trying to unlock the phone to get the information on the phone. Now, if the iPad was linked up with the phone, then they wouldn't have to worry about unlocking the phone, because they would already got through the iPad.
Well,
So they
that's
were
what I was
still,
thinking.
yeah, they're still. Oh, I thought you were questioning whether they had it linked or not.
No, that's what I was thinking, is if the iPhone,
I don't think they did. That's
well,
what I'm
I
trying to
was
tell
thinking
you.
that maybe,
Yeah, I don't think they did. Because why would you still try and contact the
why,
mother to unlock the phone if you
if you had it
already
from the
were able to
iPad?
have
Yeah.
access through the iPad, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So I don't think they did.
But
Because when they met with the
yeah.
mom, sorry, that's the
Go ahead.
delay.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. The delay.
I was just gonna say, because that comment in Spanish, it sounds like somebody somewhere where they just can't handle it
They
anymore.
don't
They
want
want
to
to go
be.
home.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And
saying. That's why I think
yeah,
Mark's
and it's
involved,
like,
or was in that theory.
or had people, I don't know, but it really, that house or shack, whatever you're calling it,
Yeah.
off the road, I don't know if it was vacant. Who knows what was going on there?
Yeah, I know, and they all knew it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was saying back then. Like, you know, after I found that out, like, I already thought that there was something weird with that house, with the shoes that were dirt on the shoes, the location of the crime, and the location of that little shack, and the fact that, you know, I was like, it was already something weird to me before, and then when I had Suzanne on the show, and she was the one that told us it was vacant, that's where I was already sold right there.
Yep.
I was like, somebody
Yep.
fucking went there as a spot to be secluded, because back then when the crime took, it looks totally different now. Back then when the crime took place, there was trees all up around that freaking thing. I mean, you could barely even see maybe a little spot, like enough for a vehicle and a half. You could literally see a small patch going through. The rest of it was trees that were just thick as shit. You could literally go back. You know, we looked on the Google. You could go back in them woods and you could fucking do whatever, and ain't nobody gonna hear you. You know what I mean? Like, these people are used to going out in their backyards, shooting guns and shit. They ain't gonna think about somebody yelling or anything like that. And the fact that it was vacant right there, like something took place there. Maybe the meetup was
I
where they
agree.
left the
I think
car.
so.
You know what I mean? And somebody was like, shit, this took place. Let me go back to the car, siphon the gas. So then it looks like he ran out of gas instead of meeting somebody, right?
Yep. And, you know, with, I don't know. I don't know why this is purely speculation based on a feeling, which is based on nothing. But, human trafficking, I don't know why that came to my mind, but, you have somebody communicating in Spanish, and I don't even know what that is. It just, and then no bullshit, please, is what they're saying. NBSP.
Probably because the person that was with him didn't know what Spanish was, and it was a way for him to give a warning to somebody, that wouldn't alert whoever he was with. I'm serious. When we get into this episode, you're gonna think him. I mean, I saw you put Mark's name in the chat. Do you already think he's there's two things that happen as far as I'm concerned. Either that somebody drove by and which I still think is possible, okay, especially if somebody is holding somebody and they drive by and there's, quote, a bat, coming from the back, it's not a mailbox, right? And you're holding somebody there, boom, partially dislocated shoulder, humongous amount of damage to the head. You can tell it's not an injury when you look at it. It's not an injury that was something that was repeatedly done over and over and over. It was something that was done quick and blunt. And
with force.
Right. When you look at it, it's not something that was over and over. It was something that was, like you said, with force. Blunt. And that's why I think, if it was a thing where he was lured out there to that home or brought, because Mark does bring up a good point. Now, there's one part that Mark does bring up that I think, okay, this does kind of go along with something else, with somebody, being involved as a group kind of thing. And that is where he was saying that he talked to Stephen and he heard Stephen in the back of a truck. He knew it was a truck because he could hear the beefy tires going down the road. If you guys were with me down those roads in South Carolina, those roads are loud as shit. So you can I'm serious. I'm sitting here going, damn, I need to get some new tires after driving on these roads down there. Because even if you're on a smooth road, I don't know, however they make it, but it's almost like it's not flat. There's like little rocks all over it, and you're like zzz, you're almost like zzz the whole time. It's very odd. So I know that you could hear big beefy tires if you're talking on a cell phone. That's where I think like maybe he was with maybe a group or something. They went to that property. Something happened. Maybe it went too far, or maybe that was the purpose of what they were doing. Something took place, and it's a vacant property. You're talking about the Low Country. It's a vacant property. If nobody can answer to anything because it's in nobody's front yard, well, then how are they going to have any kind of progress?
Yeah.
I could definitely see a jealous person like so-and-so meeting or taking to that house at, who knows, maybe for fun or something. Or maybe it was for a reason. This person already knew what they wanted to do. They were jealous as shit. They found out whatever they found out and wanted to,
So I was thinking, I was wondering if this Mark guy, Burkhardt, or whatever his name is, if he was
just say Mark.
A client, Mark. Oh, sorry.
Wait.
MB maybe. If he was a client of the attorney Murdaugh. And I wonder that because for some reason people tend to talk about things that are compromising with their criminal defense attorneys or even personal injury attorneys for that matter. And so I'm wondering if maybe something was going on and this MB told Murdaugh something, and I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how this occurred. I mean, or what the connection is, if there is one.
With
Maybe
Mark
there isn't
or
one.
with what?
Yeah, with Murdaugh.
With Murdaugh, I don't think there's much. I don't think there's very much at all. Why did you find? When I was looking through it, I never found that he was represented by any Murdaughs or anything. Was he?
And also this.
No, I'm at.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if he was or wasn't.
As far as I know, when I looked in my shit, he never was. No.
He was older. Was he? He was.
Yeah,
much
he was a
older
lot
than
older.
Stephen Smith,
Yeah,
right?
he was a lot older.
He was a lot older. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was a lot older. But it wasn't that kind of relationship. He thought it was. Mark did.
What do you mean?
But
thought it was what kind of relationship?
The
kind.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just got. I don't know.
No, it's fine. How do I put this?
Like an intimate relationship?
In a way. Kinda. Not really.
It was sort of like an agreement type of thing.
No. Oh my gosh, how can I be delicate with this? Okay, so ever since the beginning of the case, there's been I'll put it like this. I'll just say that Stephen was enjoying life with a cost.
Yeah.
Okay. Intimate depends on what kind of term.
No, I understand.
Intimate, because it can be taken in different ways. I wouldn't say intimate. I would say, but to Stephen, that's what it was. To Mark, it was something way beyond that. And so, and I want to be delicate because I know the mother doesn't like it being talked about. That's all, Yoli. It's something that's been talked about a long time ago. We went through it during that time, and after that point, it's kind of like, it is true crime. We do need to discuss it, but but I'm saying, Mark, that's why I feel there was jealousy involved with this whole boat trip thing. That even Sandy Smith, his mom, was talking about how he was talking about this boat trip that was coming up that weekend with high profile people, and he wouldn't even tell her who it was. So when you're having that kind of relationship and one person kind of takes it where it isn't, but way to a different level, that's why I think this person is definitely could be a possibility of being one of those theories that I think exists just because of the whole jealousy factor alone. Supposed to be, you'll see as you get more into the case, you'll see that there was somebody that was harassing him, and his sister discussed it. There was somebody that was harassing him, and he basically became friends with them to stop the harassment, and I think that person was Mark. I think he became friends with Mark because Mark wouldn't stop harassing him. Mark claims that they were boyfriend and boyfriend. And I think Stephen probably got to a point where the harassment got too much. He was trying to be nice. It wasn't working. And he didn't know how to stop the harassment from Mark. And so he was just trying to be cool as much as he could, hoping that Mark would eventually float away. But it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And so finally, because Mark states that on his Facebook stated that they got into a relationship a couple weeks before the unaliving took place. And basically, Stephen probably got to a point where he was like, fine, I'll be your whatever, I'll be your man. And this boat trip is what, because you're supposed to be, how could, no, I think it, I don't know, just one of them. But I see how he could have been held and hit too.
Yeah.
He's just definitely, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me why, with all the times that he reached out, he claimed that he would take a polygraph, but he'd never had one, he's never had it or taken a polygraph ever, even though he claims that he's willing to do one. So that always didn't make sense to me why they never reached out more.
I noticed in one of the notes it said, yeah, and then the rambling that was noted, that one of the notes said he was rambling, and
yeah, some crazy shit.
Just kind of,
because he spazzed out.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have his medication, he's diagnosed. No, I'm serious. I'm not lying. He's diagnosed. Schizo. He doesn't have his medication. He's gonna say some crazy ass
He's diagnosed what?
Schizo.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you could see what he even admits to what he's diagnosed.
Is it in these papers in the mate report?
No, it's in the interviews.
Oh, okay.
It's in his interviews that they had.
Yeah,
they had interviews with him.
I'm behind.
Well, you gotta watch that recap, Yoli. It covers all the, especially the evidence when it covers everything.
I watch it.
But there's I have so many different episodes on all these different ones. We're gonna get into this one though. What time is it? 11:45. It's gonna be 2 hours. Are you guys gonna be up for 2 more hours?
Well, I am, but Katrina posted a question. She says, has he been seen or heard from since?
As far as I know, no, Katrina. Now, here's the thing you guys have to understand, and this is what the attorney isn't understanding, okay? Things have been quiet. Things have been quiet, okay? Now, that's why I don't know if he's been heard from or not. As far as I know, he hasn't. If you go through the full read through of the mate, you'll see. It's in the beginning of the report too, most of it. You'll see he keeps calling and calling and calling and calling, and they're really not paying too much mind to him, which never made sense to me. Never made sense. Now, this was the previous. Now, this is new. Now, y'all have to understand, when it became new, we're not going to hear nothing. I'm one that will freak out and sit there and scream to the mountains about how some shit should be released when it's not, right? You guys know that. This is one time I'm totally cool with not hearing nothing, because I feel like the right thing's been done. I feel like the right thing is being done. I'm totally cool with not knowing. I don't think so, though. I think the dude skipped. Because he wasn't from there. He moved there shortly before the crime took place. He moved there to be closer to Stephen. I don't think he's there anymore. He probably stuck around long
Oh my
enough
God.
to fulfill his lease, and after his lease
Do you
was
know where
up,
he
he
was
probably.
from?
I never tried to dig in too much to him because the other theory made a lot more sense, honestly.
With the 3 people?
The two. Mark
Oh.
Mark was the third. There's 2 others. And I'm not saying it went
Okay.
down like they say it went down, but if you look at the whole group of people that they were hanging out with, I'll just say that. There's a reason why people aren't talking. Because there's more than 2. This is why I was fucking nervous going there when I wasn't recording.
Yeah.
That's why I was nervous going by that farm.
It would seem that they must.
What?
Mark and Stephen.
Do what?
It seemed like Mark and Stephen must have met online then?
An app.
An app.
Well,
maybe.
Craigslist. No, it was Craigslist.
God, that's scary.
Yeah. I mean, but you got to understand, like, it's the deep south. You know, that like his mom said, you know, when you have that kind of lifestyle, right? In the deep south, low country, you know what I mean? Like, there was already a stigma, right? Now you introduce that into the deep parts of the country, and where that's not acceptable at all, no matter how progressive it is, right? It's not really acceptable. So you might have to go to Craigslist from that area, you know. I don't know. Now, you know, especially with a lot of these small communities, you already know they're behind when it comes to technology as well. Not with the tools, with how to use the tools. So it could be one of them things where it's like, well, all we knew from our experience is, you know, like music is a perfect example. Even though the album comes out on the same time, the same date, the same second, the same whatever, it reaches different parts of the country, especially the rural areas, a little later than it does the bigger cities. Just the word of mouth. It has nothing to do with the distribution. It has everything to do with the word of mouth. That's how it used to work when it came to music, records, and CDs. Is, you know, this album may have came out, you know, 6 months ago, but because you're in a rural town and you're not really, you didn't even know it came out until shit. I thought that was last week, and then no, it was 6 months. And that's what I'm saying. Like,
it reminds me of Napoleon Dynamite.
I never seen that movie.
Oh. Anyway.
I never seen it. I should though. But that's what I mean. Like, it could have been one of them things. Yeah, Craigslist in 2015. We all know Craigslist was freaking dangerous. Hell, I even know that from the Craigslist killer that happened right, you know, in a suburb of Akron. It was a suburb of Akron.
Wow.
That shit was going down. Yeah.
And he was a medical student.
No, not that one. This was an old guy. I'll have to do a show on it sometime. This was an old guy that was he was hiring handyman. He was hiring handyman, taking them out to the cornfields, telling them that they could manage the property and live on the property for free. And what he was doing is taking them out there, unaliving them so he could steal their identities. And that shit was happening in my backyard. And that's when I was on Craigslist at that time, because during that time, I was on Craigslist buying like Xboxes and Nintendos and all this shit, and like cleaning them up and refurbishing them and then reselling them for profit. So this is when I was like literally dealing with people on Craigslist, going to people's houses, going inside their houses, looking at the game systems, checking them out, giving them an offer, walking out, meeting people to sell them these things. And this is why I had to go into the houses, and this is why I had to.
That's scary.
Either to buy or sell, because you're dealing with game systems, you have to be able to plug it into an outlet. So if it wasn't for that, then I would have been meeting them at McDonald's. But because I had to plug it into an outlet, whether to buy it or sell it, I had to be in these people's homes. And I'm telling you right now, when that shit came out, I quit dealing with Craigslist right there. I said, hell no. There's no. I ain't doing it no more. And that's when I quit doing it.
I did hear about that.
Yeah.
But the other one was the medical student. That was interesting.
Yeah. That was in New York or something? That college kid.
Somewhere out there.
All right. So let me see. 2 hours. Need to see it. How can I'm trying to think. I don't know if it's already midnight here. I had a long day today. I don't know if I want to do 2 more hours. Let me see what I will. Let's see. Why is it doing this? I want it to show the. Okay, there it is. There's a playlist. Let me just switch it back to here. Was there any other parts of the document that you had noticed anything or something I can kind of help clear up? I'm going to see if there's another episode I can go into, and we can go into this one another night.
I skimmed through it, and it's pretty clear that by the documentation that it's not a hit and run. So I don't know how this became this way, how it became, how it just.
If you see the photos, you'll know. Like you could, when we went through all the evidence, there's a graphic section part.
I mean, I remember back when it happened.
Huh? The delay is.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and so to me, it is being handled now like a homicide, right?
Yeah, that's when 2 weeks after they started investigating the Murdaugh, which he was convicted of. That's when they found evidence in the investigation, which I think they were finally able to unlock Paul's phone. And that's what led them to the evidence. People say it's a bat. I don't know if it's necessarily a bat. I think it's them being able to finally unlock Paul's phone, because that's when they unlocked Paul's phone. It was right there when they found the evidence and unlocked Paul's phone. And they waited to announce that until after Murdaugh was convicted. And that's when they announced that they not reopened it, because it was still an open case. It was cold, pretty much. But that's when they changed it from a hit and run to a homicide.
A homicide. Okay. So,
and it's only been a few
I know
months.
that. Okay. Yeah, I know that that they attempted to try to contact Mark, like from 8/17.
Yeah, and they couldn't get a hold of him.
Couldn't get a hold of him. So that's kind of odd that that at first he was like all over the place calling, and then all of a sudden nothing.
Yeah, that's why I think he did. Yeah.
So I don't know.
That's why I think he left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he only moved there because Steven was there. So if Steven wasn't there anymore, there wasn't any
man.
more reason for him to be there, because he thought it was more than what it was.
Yeah.
He's a damn near 40-year-old man at that point, fucking with a teenager. An old enough teenager, but a teenager at that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
right there is fucked up. I am gonna play a couple clips here. This is Proctor, Todd Proctor. These are two people and Corporal Duncan talking. These are just audio clips that I made, but they're talking about the crime scene, and I'm just gonna play a couple of these real quick.
He did not mention any clues or suspects publicly in the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. The investigation into their deaths is prompting a new scrutiny on a cold case from 2015, however. And Fox News has an exclusive interview with a former state trooper involved in that case from 6 years ago. Griff Jenkins is on that story, Colleton County in South Carolina. Good morning, Griff.
Good morning, Bill. There have been no arrests and no persons of interest have been publicly named in the investigation into the brutal murder of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, as they're referred to here locally in Colleton County. We went out to the property yesterday. It's a 1,700-acre hunting lodge the Murdaughs own. We tried to find out what has led investigators to reopen the 2015 cold case of the death of 19-year-old Stephen Smith. That case ruled a hit and run death, but we spoke to the lead investigator, former trooper Todd Proctor, and he says that in his recollections, it was anything but a hit and run.
See? Listen.
You said it pointed more to a murder and less of a hit and run.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I had been in law enforcement on the highway patrol for, 15 years. I've worked several collisions, hit and run collisions. Nothing about this case from the very beginning pointed towards it being a hit and run.
You stated then on record that you thought it pointed towards a murder. Why?
I mean, again, as any investigator, you go off of the evidence. There was no evidence that pointed towards this being a hit and run or a vehicle even being involved in.
No evidence.
It looked like it was more staged, like possibly the body had been placed in the roadway.
This is law enforcement.
Proctor says, by the way, that the state law enforcement division, SLED, as it's known here, leading the investigation.
South Carolina State Trooper
they have not
Todd
contacted him
Proctor.
yet. He's willing to talk to them anytime.
Former. Now this is Corporal Duncan. This is what I want to show you. This is Corporal Duncan. This is him at the scene. Remember I was telling you guys earlier, all them trees were along there during the scene of the crime? This is during the scene of the crime. Just look at how thick all that was, like I was trying to tell you guys.
South Carolina Highway Patrol mate.
Look at that.
Reference to a collision in Hampton
right there.
County on Sandy Run Road. It is a 2-lane roadway, level. Sight distance not an issue. However, this collision occurred approximately at night, so visibility will be used with headlights only. There's no other ambient lighting in the area.
Hold on, I apologize. I'm just going to read that because when I made this clip, I didn't realize the music was that loud. So it says, in reference to a collision in Hampton County on Sandy Run Road is a 2-lane roadway. Level sight distance not an issue. However, this collision occurred approximately at night, so visibility will be used with headlights only. There's no other ambient lighting in the area. As far as evidence here, there is only evidence of where the body was found. There are no car parts, no any type parts to a car or truck or any other vehicle. There is no body trauma other than to the head area. There is some scrapes and scratches on his left and right arm, on his knuckles, some across his face. He does not appear to be, in my opinion, struck by a vehicle, possibly something else. you have two of the main people telling you the same thing. They don't feel
Yeah, that's, I don't know.
that it's even a hit and run. There was people, but the coroner and the pathologist were the ones that weren't hearing it. The LE were getting into it with them
And
because they were wanting to claim it as a hit and run, and they're like, "What are you talking about? This is not a hit and run."
right, so it leads me to believe that maybe somebody powerful was trying to manipulate it.
Yeah.
So I don't know this Mark guy, how powerful he was, but that's
not
why
Mark.
I think, was he a client
No,
of somebody?
no. If
I don't know.
the okay,
So somebody
no,
powerful was
Yelly,
behind
the
it,
two
so I don't
people.
know what
Okay,
that's all about.
let me fill you in. The two people that I'm talking about,
Mm-hmm.
part of the group they hung out in, the group that I was mentioning
Yeah.
earlier.
Okay.
They're
Okay.
friends. They're friends.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's
So
right.
that's the connection.
That is the
That's
connection.
why that's why people would want to be quiet. When it comes to, you got to check out this recap. When it comes to the dad of the guy, he says right there, Randy Murdaugh told me to call. There's
Yeah.
the connection.
Yes, yes. I get it.
There's a connection.
Yeah.
Mark's not. When you get into it, you'll see. Even though Mark's name is involved a little, you'll see. It's not. It's like this.
Yeah, I'll watch
That's
this.
why. That's why I don't think he. That's why I don't think he had much to do with it. I think it was the other two dudes.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying.
I mean, trust me, there's so much to this case to catch up on.
Okay.
Good old boys club, yeah.
Yeah, I'll look.
When you when you look at the
I'll review.
connections with the people, the two people, you'll see, I don't know, it might not be available anymore. Because when I was doing it, I went through the Instagrams, I went through the Facebooks, I went through all the social medias. I saw all the group photos. I saw all the tags and all that stuff. I saw it all. I saw it all the trips, the hunting, the holding up, just the groups, the parties, like everything. It was so obvious where the connection was coming from. Because it was a group of 8 to 12 people that were constantly together, always hanging out. And I'm sorry, when you got that, you're hanging out with their kids, and then you have Alec Murdaugh's brother telling you that you need to tell the cops. Like, I mean, there's all the connections right there that would make it a reason why people powerful would
I
be.
kind of think I may have watched one of your shows. Yeah,
There's a
I'm
lot of
trying
them.
to think.
There's a lot of them.
I'm sure that maybe one of them sticks out, but anyway, I'll go back.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. I think when it comes to the playlist, let me see, 21 videos actually. So there's a lot more videos. There's a lot to this case. You know what I mean? There's a lot to it. We did multiple deep dives, which have all of their own information. The videos with the theories and interviews, which is more information. We dug into the coroner and the pathologist and the South Carolina Highway Patrol in another episode. There's more information. I mean, there's a lot. You might have watched one or two of them, but there's a lot of episodes. We did a lot of digging in it. Yeah, it's layered. Exactly, Kelly. It's layered big time. Like, there's so much to it. And each episode has its own, there's so much to it, but Let me see here. We keeps talking about it, so I'm gonna go ahead and just play it. Screw it. If I'm up till 2:30, I'm up till 2:30. I just won't be on in the morning. But another episode, definitely check it out, because that's where a lot of the problem, I think, is where it's at, is the coroner pathologist. So that's another episode right there to check out.
Yes.
This one, I'm going to go into.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, no. I was just reading
I
Brandy
didn't hear
Wine's
you.
post.
Oh, okay.
I was just reading Brandy Wine's post.
Sean, Patrick, and Mark.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Interesting.
I don't know if I'll be able to be out here the whole time. Went to the pathologist when they found out she was trying to rule it a hit and run. Here we go. I already start talking about it.
For the rest of their life and their family.
Oh, no, God's bigger than that. God is bigger than evil. Thank you so much.
And it's interesting because she brings up a good point. Every single LE stated that they saw no signs. If you go to the deep dive number 3 video, you can see the interviews that we were showing with the LE that was there, and every single one of them say that there was no signs whatsoever. They even went to the pathologist when they found out she was trying to rule it a hit and run. They went and threw fits because of that. I just don't understand. And the two people of interest that they have today are considered the people, or one of them is considered the person that did the hit and run. So I don't know. Whoops. So this is Moselle's right here. The body was right here. Now, Sean Connolly. This is the road. That's one of the names, Yoli. Sean Connolly. To go home. Then there's Patrick, here, and then the dad, and then right there. I'll get into it. We'll see what I'm saying.
Right.
So we're gonna go to Eric Allen again. And I guess he actually is down in South Carolina right now. So I think he's going to be putting together something in the near future. But he's got a lot of these interviews put together when it comes to Mark, when it comes to Daryl, and what Daryl's reporting. And let me see here. So we'll go ahead and listen to these. Then I'll let you guys kind of hear what's being said, and I'll kind of pause it and just kind of talk about different things. Is there anything you want to say real quick before we start watching this?
No, I'm fine. I'm putting it together in my head.
Yeah, I watched that. Oh, that was me on the other episode. Sorry. Mud on the tread part of the shoe.
Oh no, yeah, I'm fine.
Yes.
I'm putting things together.
Was dry and I'm sorry, what? Go ahead, what?
I said I'm fine. I'm putting things together in my head.
No, I'm saying that was the old me saying it to my guest on the other show.
Oh, you weren't asking me if there was.
No, I was on mute. No, I'm just letting this
Never
play.
mind.
I'm just letting it play.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to let it play because it's already like 2 hours and something, and it'll be like 2:30 in the morning by the time I'm done. So, some was wet walking on an asphalt. Yes, That was a very good episode. The interview room. I wish I could. If anybody has any timestamps you can give me, I know it's like an hour and a half. I did listen to it while I was at work, and it was very interesting. If there's any timestamps anybody wants to give me, I can go ahead and bring those up. I just don't recall any timestamps for those certain parts. But yeah, it was very interesting about the mud dry, mud that was wet, showed the road, showed the side of the road. I believe the. I'm not sure. Are we not able to? It is very odd. This whole case is odd, and we'll have some graphic content coming up later because it does kind of go with the whole theory of the hit and run, and if it appears to be that or such. Yeah, I appreciate that, SRB. Let me know because that is a very good point. It's something that I didn't even think about until I watched that. So thank you for that link too, for that interview room show. It was really good. Never thought about it, but I wasn't looking that close at the evidence either. I just wanted to show that stuff just for a hot minute, and that was about it. All right, thank you. All right, we're gonna go ahead and go to this Eric Allen video, and this is gonna have some of the interviews. And so that's Eric Allen. Very good channel.
Last time we.
Oh my gosh. All right, so let's get rid of that. I'm gonna go back to the beginning here. We'll zoom it in. I'll put his link to his channel in chat. So if you're not subbed to him, you can. There we go for that. All right, so we're going to listen. This is Mark, the supposed boyfriend. And just pay attention to what he's saying when he's talking about if he was asking Steven if he was walking. And then hear what he says about that.
At Steven's wake, a man that the family had never met before showed up.
When he came to the wake, he popped out of nowhere. And he asked my aunt, is this Steven Smith's family and everything? And my aunt said, yeah. And he was like, well, I'm Steven's boyfriend. What got me was my dad told me to take him in there to go see Steven. And I said, brace yourself. It don't look like him. He's like, I'm fine. He stopped at the door, called somebody and said, yes, Steven's dead. And then hung up. Didn't say nothing else. Then we walked to the casket and he looked. He's like, what was it? I said, a hit and run. And then he was like, no, he was beat to death. And I kind of looked at him like, how would you know? And then he was like, was he sexually assaulted? I said, I don't know. And then he left.
So this man claims to be Steven's boyfriend. The officers interview Mark at his house. Before you listen, I want to help you understand.
See, and this is what's interesting right there. He asked his sister at the funeral if he had been assaulted. Why would you ask somebody, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he was beaten to death. So that's obviously an assault in its own. So when you're asking the assault question, you're kind of leaning it towards the other kind of assault because you already talked about another type of assault. Yeah, that too. Are you on mute, Kip Kitty?
No.
Oh. Yeah. Right. Who did Mark call to say that Steven had passed?
I mean, that was weird in itself.
Yeah.
And then the assault thing.
Thank you.
I mean, it's just weird.
Yeah, like, why would you ask if he was assaulted? And I have a feeling. See, Mark feels that it's tied to the escort service. And you got to think, like, I used to buy and sell stuff on Craigslist, and the early 2000s. And when they had the, what do they call him? The Craigslist killer, where he was offering employment to people that were hard up for work, and he was taking them out in the field and shooting them.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
My coworker.
I have a feeling, like in that theory, when it comes to Mark, which is just speculation, of course, but when I have that theory, it totally deals with jealousy. Jealousy is the motive, and in that theory, I think it has to do with the fishing trip.
Yeah, I agree on this Mark dude is strange, and maybe he was really obsessed with Steven, and
I think it was.
if kind of like, if I can't have him, nobody will, kind of.
Well, here's the crazy thing about Mark. He offered to take a polygraph test. Did you know that he has yet to take one?
Offering to do it and actually doing it.
When it came time to LE to reach out to him for this polygraph test, they couldn't get a hold of him. And he was claiming that, and I apologize if I get the country wrong, but I think it was Cambodia. He said that somebody had called him up and said he better do this or he's going to end up dead like his boyfriend. And that's supposedly what he told LE, and then he quit contacting LE back, and they couldn't get a hold of him. And as far as I know, that's been reported is that he has yet to take a polygraph test. But I will get into my Mark theory. I think Kevin said he'd be in open panel tomorrow night, and I would like to have him on panel so he can explain it, because me and him are kind of in similar paths when it comes to this Mark gentleman. Because I don't know. Once we get into what we're going to hear from Eric Allen in these interviews and stuff, and then the story about how Sean and Patrick are connected and all this other stuff, I'm interested to hear what you think. I don't know. It just doesn't seem. Whenever we went through all these theories the other show, I thought this one was the least probable. And there's two reasons why, and it deals with one name. But we'll hear what Mark has to say. I'll go ahead and rewind it just a little bit.
He stopped at the door, called somebody and said, yes, Steven's dead, and then hung up. Didn't say nothing else. Then we walked to the casket, and he looked. He's like, what was it? I said, a hit and run. And then he was like, no, he was beat to death. And I kind of looked at him like, how would you know? And then he was like, was he sexually assaulted? I said, I don't know. And then he left.
So this man claims to be Steven's boyfriend. The officers interview Mark at his house. Before you listen, I want to help you understand Mark a bit. Mark is in his late 40s. In the interview, he says he takes a drug called Seroquel. Seroquel is used to treat bipolar and schizophrenia. He oftentimes says things that don't quite make sense or goes off on seemingly unrelated tangents.
How long have y'all been together?
His birthday is the 29th of January. He was shaking his booty at the club, and he wasn't even 18. So that's probably why that club was closed, because his birthday is the 29th. And
what I'm saying, how long have y'all been together?
Well, that's what I'm saying. He was shaking his butt at the club.
So you met him back in January, basically.
When he supposedly was 18, but his birthday is not until the 19th.
Right.
29th, I mean.
So you met him.
And he wasn't even 18, but we didn't do anything because he had to leave.
Okay.
Stephen was 19 when he died, so it would have been about a year and a half prior to his death that Mark first met Stephen. He explains that he and Stephen were texting and calling the day and night that Stephen died. Mark recalls speaking with Stephen and hearing trucks and tires going down the road, as well as dogs barking, which led Mark to believe that Stephen was walking down the road. Mark says the cell signal cut off, and that's the last time that he spoke with Stephen.
When was the last time you talked to Steve?
That night.
All right. About what time? Not the text, but about what time was the last time you talked to him?
You have to remember with all this, I took my Seroquel sometime. I can't remember if the call came.
I'm not just asking for a roundabout time.
I can't remember if it came after the text or before the text, because the last call I heard, I asked him on one of the calls, are you walking? Because he already told me he was out of gas. He was running out of gas. One of the calls before. And I says, are you walking? Because I hear cars going by, and his answer to me was no. And then the call dropped.
Do you remember if it was Dave?
And then the call dropped. He said no because he didn't want him to come pick him up. But isn't that weird how he was supposedly supposed to be coming over that night, but then he runs out of gas and he calls him and he says, are you walking? And he says no. Doesn't ask him to come bring him gas or anything. I don't know. That's just weird.
It is.
That don't make any sense at all.
Daytime or nighttime when this was going on?
This was at night. This was 3 a.m.
Okay.
I believe the last text, if my mind calls me correct, that I looked at it was 3:37 a.m.
Now, was he coming over here?
He was supposed to be. He was supposed to be on the way. But from what I'm learning, he was headed home.
I did some research.
And to head home? Well, like this is what I'm going to show this. This is what doesn't make sense either. Okay. I'm going to get rid of some of these other locations here. Okay. So if he was heading home, right? Walking distance, you're going to tell me that you would rather walk an hour? You would rather walk an hour and a half than have Mark come pick you up if you were supposed to be going to Mark's? An hour and a half walk?
Right.
Now, I could see him saying, no, I'm not walking, because then maybe he was waiting for somebody to come bring him gas. But then the weird thing about that is that the mom said that his sister Stephanie waited up all night.
Right.
In case he called. So
maybe
obviously he didn't call his sister or his mom.
Right. Maybe Stephen was getting to know Mark a little better and not liking it. And that's why he didn't call Mark to come and bring him gas or whatever. That's why he was heading home.
Well, this is what I'm thinking, because the sister, Stephanie, had said that somebody was harassing him for a couple weeks, and then they became friends. And so I was kind of wondering, is that Mark? And maybe Steven was like, you know what? This dude is crazy. I can't get rid of him. I don't know how to get rid of him. So maybe if I try and be friends, then at least he won't do nothing crazy.
That's a thought.
Because why would you have somebody harassing you right? You have somebody harassing you that's bothering you, and then all of a sudden you're friends. But you'll hear that
Right.
when she starts talking about it. We'll get back to this video. Yeah, it's just a lot of this does not make sense already.
337 a.m. You know, was he coming over here? He was supposed to be. He was supposed to be on the way, but from what I'm learning, he was headed home.
I did some research on Mark and found some interesting things. Underage boys seems to be a recurring theme. You heard earlier Mark talking about Stephen when he was underage, but Mark claims that he was unaware. I found a comment thread on Mark's Facebook about 1 month after Stephen's death. Here's what it read. Look, leave Raymond alone or you're going to have to deal with me and you won't like where you go. I have not said nothing bad to Raymond at all. We just talk. So if you have something to say to me, say it, but don't backtalk me. I am his aunt and he is 16. So you need to keep your gay comments to yourself and delete him because you will be turned in for child if you don't. Thank you. Have a nice day. He said he was 18 years old to me, so I did not know. I did not send him anything, pic me at all. So if there is a pic of me, it is not mine. The third mention of underage boys was in an interview with Jessica Smith.
He said him and sister got in an argument about this 22-year-old, whatever. So he showed me his phone.
Do you know the 22-year-old we're talking about?
All I know is in Mark's phone it says a 22-year-old I met in the store. But Mark told me he never met the guy and showed me pictures of this guy, and I swear he looked 13. He showed me full
body.
Yes, okay. And this guy looked 13, and I told him, I said, that's like my nephew right there. He's 8, and he's got a body like that. You know, this guy didn't hit puberty or nothing. He's like, well, he's 22. And I'm like, okay.
Jessica also doesn't believe that Mark knew Stephen nearly as long as Mark claims. As I looked through Mark's Facebook, I found plenty of posts about Stephen, but almost all of them were after his death. The earliest post I could find was a few months before Stephen's death, when Mark changed his relationship status. Looking at this post, I remembered that you can add and change life events retroactively, and figured out that he actually posted this 2 weeks and 2 days before Stephen's death.
2 weeks and 2 days before.
Wow.
And it doesn't say with so-and-so. Stephen never even got on Mark's Facebook. There's no likes from him. There's no comments from him. There's no tags. See why I think this fishing trip has something to do with it in a small way with this theory? I have a feeling like, yeah, hey, you were supposed to come to my house. Hey, can we meet at this spot off the road over here so we can just talk, Stephen? Because really, in this theory speculation, I'm not really planning on doing something at my home. I'm going to do it somewhere else. I don't know. We'll get into that on the when we get into the theories discussion. I have a whole theory in my head, and I kind of want to let it out, and I've been waiting to let it out, but I can't do it tonight. We got to stick to this stuff.
Oh, you're going to make us wait?
So Mark claims to have known Stephen for a year and a half.
What? Oh, shoot. Crap.
I said, oh, you're going to make us wait?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, because it's just these exploring theories, I've been waiting to do. But we're going to stick to these two guys and Mark tonight. We're not going to get into his theory that's without those guys. We're going to kind of stick to those guys tonight, and then take what Mark has to say about the two gentlemen, or what is kind of linked in a way, I feel. And then we'll explore that theory. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just wondering if they're using it for something else.
When Mark changed his relationship status. Looking at this post, I remembered that you can add and change life events retroactively, and figured out that he actually posted this 2 weeks and 2 days before Stephen's death. So Mark claims to have known Stephen for a year and a half, but the first time he posts about Stephen is only 16 days before his death.
Right.
It's possible they knew each other for longer.
And is it possible that's when Stephen became friends with the person that was harassing him?
But I definitely found this interesting, especially in the context of this next clip.
You said he started acting real funny about his life, I guess, about what he was doing. And it was about 2 weeks prior to his death.
He was acting a little secretive.
Okay. So he was becoming more secretive then. And then was that with the whole family, including you?
Yeah, that was with the whole family.
Could Mark be responsible for the death of Stephen? Maybe, but Mark is extremely open to the cops thoroughly investigating him.
Of course
Let me
he
ask
would
you this
be.
question. You willing to take a lie detector test saying you don't know anything about his death or had anything to do with that death?
I know a lot about what.
I didn't ask you that. Are you willing to?
I'm willing to take a lie detector test. You want me to bend over backwards? You want me to do whatever you need me to do? I'm telling you, I'm not the one.
Okay.
I don't care what you want me to do. Okay. I will do anything you need. You want to search the house? Go ahead and do what you gotta do. I'm telling you, like I said.
Yeah, because nothing took place there. It took place somewhere else. Of course you could search the house.
Right.
And it's just an odd comment. Do you want me to bend over backwards? Like, what?
Right.
I don't know. It's sketchy.
You want to search the car? Search the car.
Right now,
I have no issue with whatever you want to do.
And like I said,
I'm not the one you're looking for.
Right now, you're the closest thing though that we get information from.
Now, what I know is I feel that the escort agency has something to do with this.
All right. If you don't want to hear anything about the escort agency, just go ahead and skip ahead 10 minutes or pause it for 10 minutes and then just scoot up to the live. Just out of respect for whoever doesn't want to hear this part.
I need to preface this theory. I contemplated deeply about including this theory in the video. It's information that Stephen might not want out there. But I also know that by putting this out there, there's a chance that if people start talking about it, the truth ends up coming out and we actually get justice for Stephen Smith. In Mark's interview, it comes up that Stephen was using an escort service and Craigslist to make money. If Mark was the only one who said this, I probably wouldn't even include it as a theory, but Jessica Smith confirms this activity is something that was going on. From what I can tell, it doesn't seem like it had been going on for very long.
Did you ever know of Stephen advertising on these chat rooms or anything? I mean,
Yeah, he put himself out there.
so he did let people know he was available.
Yeah.
And when we say advertising, we're talking about for money as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he started getting real secretive as possible.
And I just want to say I didn't feel comfortable playing anything like this until I heard the sister admit everything and actually discuss it with Ellie. Then I'm like, okay, then yes, this is part of the case. And like Eric Allen said, if this helps bring answers, then it has to be talked about. Thank you,
it has
SRB,
to be
for putting that up.
transparent.
And we'll be getting into some of these pictures later on too. And it's the same thing. It's something that maybe we don't want to, even with Flora Fire last night, you know, it's just some things have to be discussed.
Possibility that he might have been doing some of that. Receiving
This family needs answers.
And he may not want to talk.
In addition to Craigslist, there was an escort service that Stephen may have been involved with.
What I know is I feel that the escort agency has something to do with this. Because he told me when he came Saturday that I was going to have to get waxed down, everything, and look like a boy. And it was going to be, and I said, I'm not comfortable with father-son deal, one with boyfriend and boyfriend.
Okay. Where's the escort agency?
That I don't know because I only learned about this a couple of weeks ago. I don't have information on what escort agency, where it is. any of the kids, the younger kids, I hate to say it, and it's sick as it could be. If they're 19 or if they're 25 or 36, they want them looking like boys. 90% of these guys that are using the escort agency are guys that have money, and they're usually older, and they're looking for guys that look like kids.
But it seems like the escort agency actually offered a bit of protection, and Craigslist, or freelance as Mark will put it, is where the real danger is.
The reason why we use escort agencies, Craigslist is entirely a no-no a lot of times. People are getting killed. An escort agency, how it works is if I go out on a job, once I get to my destination, I call there. They know I'm there. Once I go in and meet with the customer, if I move to another location or they want to move me, I got to call the escort agency. That's the difference about using an escort agency and doing a freelance.
Wow, he sure knows a lot about that, don't he?
Freelance, you're gonna wind up somewhere dead.
But he didn't know what agency was being. You don't think so?
I think he knows.
If you're in a relationship and you're in a new relationship and you wouldn't, I don't know. It don't make no sense.
He's
and
just
good evening, Jinx. Yeah, very sketchy. Very, very sketchy. If you'd like to hop up on the panel, you're more than welcome, Jinx. We're talking about Stephen Smith and the new 2 persons of interest. We're just kind of listening to what Mark has to say. He does say some interesting things that I feel are tied into this theory of the 2 people that were named as persons of interest today. So if you know anything about this, yeah, feel free to share. This is Kib Kitty who's on panel right now. Did I get my email? I have not checked them. I will check them. Yes, Kib Kitty's up on panel. And thank you again for putting that up there, SRB. I appreciate that. That allows me to throw that up there real quick. Thank you. So he's basically, this is Steven's supposed boyfriend. They got in a relationship on according to his Facebook, 2 weeks prior to his unaliving. And he just says some very interesting things. I'll go ahead and if anybody hasn't watched this, I'll drop the link in chat and you can save it to a playlist and check it out sometime. Very interesting interviews, and we're going to go into some other ones here as well. But yes, when we finish up, he'll kind of get into it in about 10 minutes. This escort agency part will be over in about 6. And in about 10, he'll start talking about the things that I want you guys to pay attention to when it comes to these 2 persons of interest that came out today.
Stephen's mother finds a pass to a gated community on Hilton Head in Stephen's car. The police reach out to the gentleman.
How did you meet Stephen? So he had placed an ad on Craigslist, so I responded to it. And so he met me I guess it was the evening of June 28th.
Okay. You're not going to be in any trouble for how you answer this question, but for this, was any money exchanged?
No.
Okay. About how many times did you talk to him prior to that to plan the meeting?
I think we only texted that day. I would never do any harm to anybody, but I know there are some crazy people out there, so I don't do this kind of thing very often, but I just, you read about some bad things that happen once in a while.
I don't think that this man had anything to do with Stephen's death, but this shows that he was not only posting, but actually following through and meeting up with people as well. Craigslist has actually taken down this section of their website because it was just too dangerous for people. 2 weeks leading up to Stephen's death, he was acting out of character and coming home late. The night of his death, he was out at 3 a.m. Could Stephen's death have been a Craigslist meetup gone wrong? It seems like a real possibility.
When he was supposed to meet Mark. So in Mark's interview, he mentions that the night Stephen was unalive, Stephen told Mark he was being harassed and felt like he was being followed.
From that gas station, right?
Right.
he said that he was being harassed at that store.
Right here.
He said it was a couple of guys in a pickup truck. He said they were rednecks.
Couple guys in a pickup truck.
The last time we talked, that night, before the phone went down, I heard big mud tires. Big mud tires.
No, Jinx, I appreciate you hopping in and sharing that case with us. And Silky was wondering if Monday would be okay. Unless the truck was right there. Well, that's what he said. He said he said he heard the muddy tires or big mud tires or whatever right before the phone cut out. So I don't know. It's just weird. See, now what Mark is saying at the end there kind of lines up with the theory of Sean and Patrick. Now, when we start getting into the theory of Sean, just remember this is Daryl, Patrick's dad, and Patrick is friends with Sean. So just remember that as we're listening to these interviews, Daryl is talking to Ellie. Daryl is Patrick's dad, and Patrick is Sean's friend. Sean is the one supposedly driving the truck. And then I'm going to come back to this map again here, and I'm going to let you see. This is where Sean, who was driving the truck, where he was heading home. This is where, excuse me, this is where Stephen Smith was laying on the road. This is where Sean was going home. He literally was driving down the road that Stephen Smith's body was found, on the same road to go home. So he was driving down Sandy Run Road. Whoa, don't put a thing there. Whoops. So he was driving down Sandy Run Road and going home.
Down. I heard big mud tires. Big mud tires.
In December of 2015, 5 months after Stephen's death, a Hampton police officer reaches out to the highway patrol. He has some new information about Stephen's death. I'm going to put up a graphic for this conversation because, unlike rumor trains we have seen before, this one is relatively short and the relationships are pretty strong. This doesn't guarantee that this is true, but in my opinion, it gives it a little bit more credibility when you really understand where it's coming from.
Sergeant again, this is Corporal Duncan with the Highway Patrol.
Hey man, how you doing?
Good. I'm calling you in reference to, I believe somebody come to you about the case we have there in Hampton County, and I believe this come from is it a Darren? Is that correct?
It's Daryl.
Daryl. Okay.
Yep.
Do you know Daryl?
He is my stepdad technically. Daryl was dating Patrick's mama.
Okay.
So Patrick's basically, he just looked at him as a father figure. He'd take him fishing and hunting and things of that such. So.
Okay. Can you tell me what was told to you? We've tried to get in touch with Patrick, but he's kind of avoiding the call, the contact, and all.
Basically, Daryl called me and he said, "Look, this is what I was told. Patrick, come over here to the house He told me that Sean was drunk and hit something. He said he went back the next day to see what it was he had hit, and he seen a lot of police out there. And then he learned, I guess by media, that somebody had been killed in that same area. That's why the police were there. He said that Sean called him crying, saying that that's what had happened.
Okay.
And then Patrick was telling Daryl, and Daryl told me that Patrick was crying, telling him, and after he got finished telling the story, he walked outside his house and threw up.
Okay.
He said, Nick, he said, I think that Patrick was with him. He said, why else would he throw up?
Exactly. Why else would he say that Sean called me that night and said that he hit something but didn't know, and he just went home because he was drunk, and then goes outside and throws up? That's what makes me think he was there that night too. Two guys in a pickup truck harassing at a gas station. What's up, Frantic Missy? I hope your kiddo feels better. Two guys at a gas station. I'm wondering what Sean's truck back then looked like. Did it have those beefy tires on it? Did it have those extended mirrors? But again, the mom and the sister state he would never be walking on the road. He would be hiding in the woods until somebody came by, to the point where they would be driving by saying that they don't see him, and then he would say, oh, I see you now, I'm coming out. He would literally wait to come out of the woods until that person literally was driving by, because they had to turn around. So some stuff tells you it does, some stuff tells you it doesn't make sense. Yeah, let's do Monday night. I'll go ahead and put out a notification if you're for sure. I'll let Silky know, and we'll do Monday night. Man. It's just, this stuff is, it's just so confusing. I don't know.
Patrick was crying, telling him, and after he got finished telling the story, he walked outside his house and threw up.
Okay.
He said, Nick, he said, I think that Patrick was with him. He said, why else would he throw up and get all upset like that? Because somebody else had done something.
Right, right. Did he go into any detail about how it happened? I mean,
So, supposedly he had fixed his mirror. He had patched one of the mirrors up on the truck.
Okay, all right.
They try to reach out to Daryl and even go looking for Patrick, but are unable to connect with either of them.
Had a couple people out looking for Patrick. Do you know any other way we can contact him?
Mike can get a number. I'm not positive. I can't say that he would answer.
Right.
This one audio interview and a single paragraph in the case notes are the only things made available in the case files that I got from Highway Patrol. I decided to do some digging on my own. I checked out Patrick's accounts first. His Facebook only went back to 2019, but his Instagram went back to August of 2015, 1 month after Stephen was found dead. I did find this timing interesting. Either he just happened to create an Instagram 1 month after Stephen died, or he deleted everything from the time Stephen died and back. As I kept looking through Sean's social media, I noticed that he hung out at a farm quite a bit. I remember there was a farm less than a mile down the road from where Stephen's body was found. The police even had a quick interview with the owner, a farmer named Mr. McMillan. Here's what it said. We then went to McMillan Farms on the same road, and Lieutenant Corporal Rowell and I spoke with Mr. McMillan, who runs the farm. After speaking with Mr. McMillan, he advised his trucks weren't running at this particular time since there was no grain to haul. Could this be the same farm that Sean seems to spend so much time at? It seemed like a long shot as there's so much farmland in that area, but I decided to try and figure it out. The first thing I noticed was most of Sean's photos at the farm are in Crocketville. Crocketville is a small area outside of Hampton where Stephen's body was found. I then came across this photo with the hashtag McMillan Farms. Okay, so we know he spends time at that farm. Then I came across this picture of Sean and his grandfather. Turns out Sean's grandfather is Mr. McMillan, the man that the police spoke to the day Stephen died, less than a mile from the crime scene. Let me be clear here. None of this proves that Sean was involved in Stephen's death. But looking at all of the evidence together, it does seem like this angle should be investigated much further. The last thing that we need to explore when looking at this theory is the timing of it.
We got this back on December the 9th, and we've had a couple people out looking for Patrick.
Remember last episode when I said a tip came in about Xavier and Buster being involved in Stephen's death? This tip came in on December 7th. The tip about Sean came in 2 days later on December 9th. Not much was going on 5 months after his death, so the timing of these makes me wonder if they are connected somehow. I can think of 3 reasons these tips came in so close together. 1, it really just is a coincidence, and they had nothing to do with each other. 2, the tip about Xavier and Buster was real, and potentially the Murdaughs got Daryl to make up the Sean story to throw the police off. Or 3, the tip about Patrick and Sean is real, and the anonymous tip about Xavier and Buster is the one that was put in to throw the police off. We don't know how long it took for Daryl to contact the police after Patrick told him about Sean. So it's totally possible that Daryl and Patrick's conversation took place before the Buster and Xavier tip was put in. There was one sentence in the police notes about the Sean tip that I can't quite wrap my head around. The last sentence in the report says this: Daryl stated that the reason he was passing this information on was because Randy Murdaugh told him to call. What does this mean? There is no explanation for the context of this, and there was no audio recording of Daryl speaking with an officer. Did Daryl reach out to Randy Murdaugh for advice after Patrick told him about Sean, and Randy told him to call the police? Or could this mean something else? I have no idea. So could the death of Stephen Smith be related to the murder of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh? I actually think it's possible, and I have a theory that...
And if you want to watch, he's got a really good playlist on the whole Murdaugh family and all the theories. Suzanne Andrews just hit me up and said, hey, check out what I just posted on Twitter. So I wanted to share this real quick. And if you're not following her, please follow her on Twitter if you have Twitter. She is the one that actually did the GoFundMe for the headstone and the headstone for the father. But if you can see, I'm going to go ahead and retweet that too. It's underway, everybody. So you know what that means when there's 2x4s underneath that.
Oh, geez.
It's underway.
Yep.
It's underway. And let me see here. I'm going to go ahead and bring up that GoFundMe. We'll see where that's at. $117,000. If you would like to click the link, that's helping Sandy Smith with the exhumation, the autopsy, and covering any of the costs that it takes in order to get the right information, because we all feel that it was shoddy from the get-go. And now I'm going to go ahead and share Suzanne Andrews' hate crime bill, because I always like to share that when we're bringing this case up as well. Need to get to 5,000 signatures. Where are we at? Almost 4,000 now. We're almost there. So if you haven't signed this yet, please do. The website, she said that she was trying to make the donation thing go to a different part. You don't have to donate. The signature, they really need. It passes in the House. It just gets blocked in the Senate. And South Carolina is one of only 2 states that doesn't have a hate crime bill. So if you think hate crimes exist, you don't have to be from South Carolina to sign it. They just need a signature if you don't mind signing it. And if you're from South Carolina, contact your local senator and let them know how important this bill is and what it means to people of South Carolina.
I contacted the senator and gave my voice opinion on it. So hopefully it helps.
Right. Okay, so this is...
Well, give Suzanne Andrews our best from chat.
Yeah, I told her that everybody at the show is with them in spirit. We are there with them in spirit. Thank you. I appreciate that.
She's done a lot, you know.
So there's yeah, she's done an amazing job. What is this? Somebody. Oh, wow. Look at that, people. Okay. How do I get to the picture that you're talking about, SRB? Where's that? 2019? I will. I would love to have her back on. I'm gonna reach out to her and see what, see if she'd like to come back on, if there's any updates or anything she'd like to talk about. It was awesome having her on. That's 2022. I went to photos and was scrolling through. All right, we'll just skip to 2019.
Is it too loud? I'm outside having a cigarette.
Oh, I skipped it. No, you're fine. I guess I skipped it.
Okay.
Whoa, now it's going crazy. What the hell? Hold on 1 second. But yeah, they're starting the process. So that's exciting news. So hopefully soon something takes place. Now we're going to, in a second here, I'm going to try and find this picture, but in a second, we're going to get into some of the full report, just the page that talks about what we just listened to. Okay. So I'm going to read you what it says. I don't see anything 2019. It goes from 2020, December 25th, 2019, November, October. Okay, yeah, not very many pictures. I don't. Maybe if you want to take a screenshot and send it, SRB. Take a screenshot. So let's see here. We're gonna switch to this full report. We'll go back to this other screen here. No, I'm pretty sure it is. There's something I came across. I can't remember where I saw it, but there's something that came across that it showed all of it. Oh, thank you, Jinx. I appreciate that. You didn't have to donate. Thank you for signing it as well. Because I mean, come on, every state should have a hate crime bill, right?
Right.
I mean, it's a hate crime. Those exist. And it's
Well, now
not singling anybody out.
Now South Carolina passed a bill for sextortion, sexting or sextortion over the phone.
Yep. Yeah, that's.
But they won't pass the hate crime.
I don't understand. It doesn't make sense.
I don't either.
But I have a good feeling if Suzanne Andrews is behind it and she's able to get the signatures she needs and she's able to go up there, I have a good feeling. Because she's an amazing person. If you'd ever like to watch when she came on the show, here I'll put the link up in chat. You can go ahead and save it to a playlist and check it out sometime. She was on for a little over an hour, and it was a great experience and just very interesting, just learning everything about her side and her story, and then how she represented Stephen with the GoFundMe for the headstone, and just how that all took place and stuff. And it was just a great story. What a beautiful person. So, here it is right here. 2018. Okay. Tires, big old tires and dark blue truck. I don't know if it's truck, but the tires caught my eye. All right. Let me click to this real quick. It's kind of hard to see right here. I wish you could zoom in. So if you want to take a screenshot, you can take one real quick and then zoom into it. It definitely has some high tread type tires on it. It is a big truck, and I don't know. I don't see any extended mirrors on it though, so it might not be the truck. But you never know. Okay. Now, this is from December 18th, 2015. So this is like 5 months or whatever later. Let me get back to chat here. Maybe the type of vehicle. Well, yeah, if you're working on farms and you're out mudding and all that stuff, Yeah, thank you again, Jinx. Appreciate that. Yeah, she is so awesome. Amazing. Aw. Thank you, Lynx. I appreciate that. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and read this. This is the full report. Thank you again, SRB, for this. And this is just one page, basically. It's very interesting. Look at this. It's not even a full page. Not even a full page. I received information from Corporal Duncan about an individual, Daryl Williams. He is stating that his stepson, Patrick Wilson, told him that Sean Conley struck and killed Stephen Smith. Okay, hold on a minute. When we just heard that voice interview, that's not what was said. What was said is Daryl Williams stated that his son Patrick told him that his friend Sean called him because he hit something, but he was just going home, and that he went to go see what he hit the next morning when he woke up, and that's when he saw all the LE there and decided to turn around. So why am I reading it in this report that it says that I received information from Corporal Duncan about an individual, Daryl Williams, and is stating that his stepson, Patrick Wilson, told him that Sean Conley struck and killed Stephen Smith?
Yeah, that don't make sense.
What? Okay. Yeah. I don't, yeah. Okay. Mr. Williams stated that his son told him this in confidence and that his son had moved out and he did not know where he was staying. Of course, you don't
Yeah, of
know.
course.
He could only tell me that Patrick attended some Christian school in Ridgeland. I drove down to Ridgeland and went to Step of Faith School. Patrick Wilson was not a student there. I then found Legacy UR Baptist Church School. Patrick Wilson is a student there, but was not at school today. I then drove to Hampton attempting to locate an address for Patrick. I could not get his stepfather to return my calls. Mr. Williams stated that the reason that he was passing this information on was because Randy Murdaugh told him to call. Now, we did hear that part. That's the only part that we heard out of the whole freaking sound clip that we just heard was that this ending right here. Mr. Williams stated that the reason he was passing this information on was because Randy Murdaugh told him to call.
See, what does Randy have to do with it?
And this is what makes me think that this whole theory doesn't make sense. Because number one, why was Randy showing up at the scene offering to represent the family while they were sitting at the LE waiting to ID the body? They hadn't even ID'd this is from the mother, and you can check it. They had not even ID'd the body. They were sitting in the waiting room, and Randy was contacting her husband. And then they said, well, and she said, yeah, when we were driving home, we drove by and I saw Randy and Alec at the scene. And then when I got home, Randy called me and said, hey, was that you that just passed by? And she said, yeah. And he goes, well, I feel bad because I wish you would have stopped. I could have, we could have met.
He's
And
a
they said,
workman comp lawyer.
yeah, and the guy goes, well, how did Randy get your phone number? And she goes, well, he got it from my husband while we were sitting in the waiting room waiting to ID the body because we hadn't even ID'd the body yet, and he was offering to do the case pro bono.
Right.
So that's what doesn't make sense to me is number one, why Randy's showing up at the crime scene right off the bat before the body's even ID'd and calling the people that are connected to it before he even gets the ID. Because the wallet was left in the car, so there was no identification there. The wallet was in the car. It's not like he could have went through his pockets and saw the wallet. And he was stating that he needed his phone, his tablet. He needed 2 phones and a tablet and all the passwords in order to represent them pro bono as well.
No, he wanted to get information off of it.
Right. Excuse me.
Wow.
Did you know this? Did you know that when they went to reinvestigate and they could not crack the phone open because it was an Apple. So they had a hard time cracking the phone, but they never sent it off to get it cracked. So while it was sitting there and sitting there and sitting there, somebody that was in charge of all the evidence, we read that a couple nights ago, somebody that was in charge of all the evidence, the swabs, the shorts, the shirt, all of that, the phones. They went to go try and get the phone so they could try and crack it or have it cracked. And they didn't even know where the phone was at. So then they checked the chain of custody and there was no chain of custody for the phone. So who knows who had the phone at that point? Who knows what was done to the phone at that point?
Right. Do you think Murdaugh's got a hold of it?
Somebody did.
Yeah.
There's no chain of custody. And when you're all elected officials and you all hang out in the same group and you're all part of the Good Boy Network, You know, you have a
Right.
lot of pats on each other's backs, and
it was brought out that that was true with Alec and Sled, Alec and the state police. I mean, he had a lot of connections in all of them.
thank you. I
You
appreciate
do
that.
me a favor, and I do you a favor. You know?
So this is what doesn't make sense: is why would Randy be so involved if Sean really did this? And why would Daryl then say, well, the only reason I'm telling you this is because Randy Murdaugh told me to call you?
Right.
And there's no recording that we know of Daryl Williams' statement. They can't reach Daryl Williams. They can't get him to return any calls. Nobody knows where Patrick Wilson's at.
I agree with Jinx.
Because he already knew. Yeah, to create a different... This is what I was thinking. Yeah, Randy told him to call because he wanted to throw out a different narrative.
Yep. Deflect.
Let's throw out some other theories so it dilutes the one that actually took place. It's just diluting.
But always a Murdaugh involved in everything.
But this is what I don't understand. What would Randy especially have to do with this? What does he have to do with Mr. Williams? What does he have to do with Patrick? What does he have to do with Sean?
Well, now it's making me wonder what they found at the murder investigation of Paul and Maggie. If
Right,
it's the
'cause that's
Sean.
because that's what reopened the case. 2 weeks
Right.
after they started investigating Maggie and Paul's unaliving is when they got the information that they made them
Right.
reopen the case. So it was something. So was it a phone message?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, we've heard speculative stories about Paul running his mouth about shit. You know, the reports of him telling his friends, if you don't lie and say that I wasn't driving the boat, then I'm going to tell on everybody.
Right.
How he supposedly, and we need to see if this is true. We need to fact check this one. If he really was transferred from one school to another, how he was claiming at one school that Buster was the one that committed the crime. And then instead of the school bringing in and having a conference with Paul, the family, and LE, the school just had Paul and his family, and then he was transferred to a private school the next day.
Right. Now, was Sean and Patrick friends, like SRB said? Was Sean and Patrick friends with Paul or Buster?
All right. I don't remember. I wish I could remember where
Yeah,
I
I
seen
don't
this
remember.
at, but there was a picture of eight or 10 individuals. And let me see if I have it saved in one of my folders. There was a picture of 8 to 10 individuals where they were all friends on these social media accounts, and they were all friends in real life, and they all tagged each other, and they all hung out as a group. And it was their own little Good Boys network, and that included Paul and Buster. Let me see here. I know I seen it somewhere. I'm not sure if I took a screenshot of it. Let me see. Murdaugh. No, it's not there. Let me check one more folder. But there was like 8 of them or 10 of them that were all this group. And I think, honestly, I think those two, no, I don't have it. I think those two were part of that big group. And the only thing I can think of is that because they were friends with Paul or Buster, but it just doesn't make sense. Even if you're friends, why would they jump pro bono and, run the whole I don't know. I just don't understand. What's the tie? There's got to be a tie, and I don't understand what the tie is. I could see him because they're friends with Paul or Buster, but if it's your friend and they did something, then why would your uncle, your friend's uncle, stick his neck out? I don't know. And you're not even you're a personal injury lawyer. I don't, even if they were friends. You thought it was Paul, Jinx? I don't want to speak. Paul was. No, I mean you could see that there's a lot of posts coming out about people that like adults that hung out with the Murdaugh adults and what they were saying about their experiences when they were on trips or going on events and stuff, and who was causing issues and who was, you know, respectful and all that stuff. Yeah. It is confusing. I don't know, and this is confusing too because because tomorrow afternoon I'm going to be doing the read through of this whole full report, and that's all it's going to be is just a read through, and that's all I'm going to do, and then I'll get back on later. Um, this is interesting because if I'm listening to all these, because all we've heard is these voice interviews, and if this is what I'm reading in this report, according to what the voice interview that we've listened to, it's like totally different. So I'm very interested to do this whole read through because if this is any indication of what's in this report, there's going to be a lot of stuff in this. So it's going to be interesting reading through all of that. There's a bigger. It doesn't match up.
Sorry. I
No,
just
go
got
ahead.
a message that Iowa Hawkeye girls are playing South Carolina tonight. It's
Oh yeah, the women's Final Four. I thought it was Paul. Why do you think it was Paul? I'm not sure about Buster, but Paul was served justice. It's so hard to know. Why do you think it's Paul, Jinx? If you want to hop up, you're more than welcome and let us know why you think it's Paul. I don't know. Do you? It's just weird. Steven says to Mark that there's 2 guys, rednecks, in a truck harassing him. Now there was somebody else. I think it was Ben. You know what? Let me go back. Let me go into this here. I want to share this with you because since you think it's Paul, Jinx, I want to share this part with you. Let me go to another part of Eric Allen's videos here, and I'm going to play that part where it starts off with Ben, because with you thinking that Paul was involved, Ben speaks of 2 to 3 individuals, and they say Buster was there. So let me find this video. It will switch to that. Let me see here. This one right here. So this one includes Buster here. Michael. Let me see. I think it goes to Ben. Let me see here. Yeah, here, I'll throw this up. If you, Jinx, or anybody else would like to hop up, you're more than welcome. I thought, yeah. I thought they were all friends together, Jinx. I wish I could remember where I seen. It was like a picture of 8 or 10 individuals. It was like their own group that always hung out, and it had Paul and Buster in it. And I think Sean, because it was right after we learned about the Sean and Patrick theory. I might just go back to my old show, honestly, because I know that we showed it on the show. I know it was right after we learned about the Sean and Patrick theory, and then we came across that because we were digging up some socials, and then that's when I seen that picture, and I'm pretty sure because it didn't have Xavier in it. It had trying to think. Gosh, I wish I'm gonna have to go back to that old show, and I'm gonna find out where I got that information, and I'm gonna get it again, and I'll have it. I wish I could remember. I have so many links, so it's hard keeping track. All right, so this is the part that they talk about Buster being involved, the 2 to 3. Ben's talking. Ben's talking for an interview, and then he kind of discusses the whole tree of who heard it from who, from who, from who, from who. Now, it is a game of telephone, so you got to understand that some things might change as each person goes, but it stays pretty much similar for the most part when it comes to the bare minimum of it. So we will skip to right here. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and pause that part of the show because that's getting into a different theory. We can definitely get into that theory on the next episode, but that's not the part that we'll go through it so you guys can see what you think about it. Honestly, I don't really hold too much weight on it, so that's kind of like basically, that was live streamed March 31st earlier, and then I done some more homework after that, and that's when, as I started to dig in more and started to kind of go through everything a little more, I was like, you know what? At first, I thought this theory was the least amount believable, and the reason I felt that way from the beginning was because why in the hell, in my mind, because I didn't see the connection then. In my mind, I'm like, why would somebody be telling you to say something? In my mind, it was an attempt to throw confetti or some kind of smoke, from the truth, because nothing else made sense other than them being involved in it. And then to me, I'm like, well, if there's only one page, what, so to me, it was like, that's the least amount. As I started digging into it and started looking into things, I was like, holy shit, this is the one that makes the most sense. No wonder Randy told him to call, because whatever they wanted control, just like the Mallory Beach case. When that shit happened, they went in there, family again, went in there, controlled the situation, controlled the narrative, controlled how everything went down, offered assistance, were there first on the scene. The whole weird thing again. Mom's driving by from IDing the body, and she sees both Murdaughs there. What the fuck are you doing? It just never made sense. So we'll go into that there's plenty more other theories, trust me. There's plenty more other theories. But we'll go into that in another episode. And since I am here, we might as well keep talking about it. So we'll talk about it some more tomorrow night. And I might even look through some of these other old episodes just to kind of I don't know. I'm enjoying these rewatches of these Stephen Smith ones because just like I'm saying what I'm saying right for me. I don't even have to do it every time. What do you think? What do you think of those theories? You know, with who in the hell says they think their friend hit a freaking raccoon and then goes out and pukes?
No, that's not right. There's something more.
Way more. Way more.
That
You know,
doesn't
and then all of a
happen.
sudden you can't hear from nobody anymore. You can't find the dude at the school.
Yeah.
You know, your dad
No.
stepdad won't contact
No.
you again, won't talk to you. It just
Yeah, there's some. Oh God, I
Yeah.
look terrible. Hold on. There's something more that you don't throw up like that when they're.
no. Because like I was saying, you could lie all day and say that, you know, Danny boy hit a freaking squirrel, but even though you're telling your daddy Danny boy hit a squirrel in your mind, it's your mind is what's taking you back to what the fuck the dude hit. Even though you're saying squirrel, your mind's telling you a person. So
Yeah, you're looking at
you could
a
lie
head
all you
wound with
want.
brain matter.
Yeah, you could tell anybody whatever you want, but your mind don't lie to you because your mind's taking you back to what the hell happened so it knows what to lie. You know? Like you
Yeah,
can't
and uh-huh.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say the white polo shirt and the black t-shirt. Like, I'm still thinking about that. Like, where did the white polo shirt come from? Is this
The
like a
first
slip? Yeah.
the first
So
officer on the scene. It's in the full report. The first officer on the scene. That's what I was pointing out to Silky. In the evidence episode was when I went through when I did the full. That's when I found out when I did the full read through of the mate report. When I was doing that full read through, that's when I found out that somebody else had mentioned a white polo. Like, that's when I found out. I'm like, wait a minute. What? Hold on a second. This says white polo. Everything else in this document says black Nike t-shirt. Why is the first person on the scene stating
they're
white
going
polo?
from black to white.
You know what I'm saying? Unless there was something on the white polo that had the Nike t-shirt underneath. Unless there was something on the white polo. But then that's when I found that out. I was just like, what? Are we fucking reading this right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes
Very,
no
very
sense.
strange.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to replay the coroner pathologist episode for you guys tomorrow night. We'll finish up this little Ben theory part of this episode that we just watched, and I think we're gonna. I kind of really want to replay the coroner pathologist because if y'all think that was fucked up,
The coroner.
yeah. Are you available tomorrow, or is your
I am.
trial being
Yeah.
pushed, or okay?
It's being pushed to I don't know when.
Yeah,
I
for
don't
real.
know
I'll hit you up on email
when it's
and
being
I'll
pushed
give
to,
you
but I'll
a
find out
heads
soon.
up.
But no, I have time tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll hit you up actually on Discord since we just got on Discord.
Okay.
I'll hit you up, let you know in advance. I'd love to have you on because, man, when we go through this episode with the coroner and the pathologist and shit, it just gets. Just wait.
I don't even know what to say.
Oh, just wait. I want to hear what you have to say
All
tomorrow
right.
night, Yoli. When we hear the shit we're gonna hear tomorrow night, for real. For
Okay.
real. Yeah, we'll make that happen.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
All right. Well, I'll get to bed
Read
now.
those documents. Read that
It's
full
late for
report.
everybody over there. I
Yeah,
am.
yeah.
No, I did. I did my thing, and I
Yeah.
found something interesting. Well, you know, the thing in Spanish. Like, what the hell's that?
Thank you for letting us know what that meant. Didn't know. And if you have any questions, anybody, I know that I covered this case a long time ago, and everybody does probably have a lot of questions. So do me a favor, bring your questions tomorrow, and we'll do like a Q&A or something before or after or whatever. I'll answer any questions. Trust me, I have all this shit up here. Like, I did so much work on this case. Like, it's I don't even need notes. It's all right there. I don't even need notes. So, but yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. I can't wait. That'll be a lot of fun.
Right.
Thank you guys, everybody, for hanging out. Go ahead.
Ready. I was saying bye, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, and thank you. I appreciate you, Yelly.
Are you shutting down the show now?
I'm gonna shut down the show.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay.
It's freezing as hell.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. All right. Okay, good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And I might do some streaming at the lounge tomorrow when I go look. I do need to when I get those 5 Below t-shirts, so y'all can help me pick them out. So I'll let you guys know on Discord, the everybody chat, you know, if you want to come hang out with me for that, help me pick it out. But we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you so much. And we're getting that sunset in this camera, damn it. Tomorrow, finally, all these attempts. We better. No rain, fingers crossed. Let's do it. Good night, everybody. Thank you. Appreciate you.
I'm just what I am. That's all.